Testing. Testing.
Connection. Okay. But for me, it's hard to say because I also.
Early.
tournaments and all the rest of that stuff.
All right, it looks like the clock has signaled the 6:30 start time, so I'd like to call this meeting to order. I would like to call this meeting to order, and first I would like to do is get a roll call.
Yes, no problem. Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Kilroy,
Here.
Commissioner Krazan,
Present.
Commissioner Callahan,
Present.
Commissioner Carlson,
Present.
and Chair Bauer.
Here.
For the record, Commissioner Walters is out today, but we do have a quorum and we can conduct business.
All right, at this point, I'd like to get a salute to the flag going. Can I have Commissioner Kurzan lead us in the salute?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. All right, we're moving to the approval of order of agenda.
I move we approve the order of agenda as written.
Second.
Second.
Hearing no objections, we order that. Blue folder items. We have an item.
Yes, we had two. I distributed them via email to you earlier today. They were both in relation to item L2, which is our quarterly public safety report. Both items were from the fire department, just an updated statistical sheet and then their PowerPoint presentation for today.
And neither of those are online. Will they be online later?
We will make sure, we will make sure it gets on there.
All right. Now, the consent calendar. Do we pull anything? No, nothing from the consent calendar, right?
We have two items
Two
on
items,
there,
okay.
so it would just be one vote for both unless somebody wanted to pull one or both.
All right, can I have a motion to,
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
the consent calendar is approved. All right, approval of affidavit of the posting for a Harbor Commission meeting.
We did that.
We did that. Oh, just did that.
Those are
Sorry.
the two items on
Yes,
consent,
thank you
right?
so much. Approval of the minutes.
No, we already did
That
that.
was the second thing on
Sorry.
consent.
Excluded consent calendar items.
Didn't exclude any.
I didn't, okay, nothing. Public participation on non-agenda items. Do we have any public participation? Hearing and seeing none, we move along. There's no
Excuse me,
e-comments,
sir.
right?
There's no e-comments and no attendees at this time.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Soon.
Ex parte communication.
We don't have a public hearing item, so we don't
need to
have
worry
that
about that?
either. Right.
Public hearings done. Items continued from previous agendas, that's also none. Items for discussion prior to action. All right, and I don't know, I'm thinking, I'm looking at the wrong agenda for some reason. All right, so we have L1, receive and file a presentation from Arthur Gensler and Associates on the feasibility study and design concept prepared for the public waterfront educational facility at former Joe's Crab Shack site.
Thank you. I'll introduce this real quick. This is a really exciting project, obviously. Something that came out of the amenities plan when we approved it was the public's desire to convert the old Joe's Crab Shack site into some kind of educational facility. Now, we didn't boil down in the amenities plan what exactly that could be, but we do know that it takes a public-private partnership where you need likely a nonprofit, likely some kind of a programmer, and then of course you need to come up with some donations and funding and grants. So City Council said, let's employ an architect firm and see what's buildable out there. Let's do some studies. Let's take a look at what the development standards are. Let's look at what these type of uses need and kind of work backwards. And that way, when we're shopping this idea around, we know what realistically can occur out there in terms of scale at the very least. So we've got Nathan Kim here. He's a principal with Gensler. They did just that. They did a feasibility study to show what the building footprint could look like, and he's going to walk you through that kind of study. And then obviously they came up with some really cool designs that we can shop around and try to raise some money. This did appear before City Council last month, and they did tell staff to go ahead and use the images to try to raise some money and pursue grant opportunities. But we wanted to fill you guys in too. So with that, I'll give it to Nathan.
So Greg, before we go in, you're not looking for any direction from The Harbor Commission?
No, not necessarily. This is a
feedback.
receive and file. I mean, you can comment, obviously, but I would just like to point out the concepts that you see here aren't likely going to be what gets built out there. Once we have money and contributions and partners, we'll have to go through our own public hearing process. We'll have to go through our own community outreach to really get a design and the programming finalized. This is really just to garner interest and to try to spur some of those partnerships. Does that make sense?
Thanks. It does to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Good evening, Commissioners. So as Greg mentioned, this is just an initial idea. So obviously, as we hopefully go through the process further, there'll be a lot more in-depth conversations. Even some of the program aspects of this project and some of the ideas are preliminary, really at best. When we do go through projects of this nature, it does become a very kind of extensive effort to really understand kind of what is the right makeup of the different programs that would need to go into this place to really support not only the Redondo Beach community, but as we presented with the council before, kind of the broader community of Southern California, because something like this doesn't really exist anywhere locally. So as we started the process, and if we go to the next slide, Greg, part of, again, us understanding, I would say this at kind of a surface level, was to just kind of getting a history from obviously the city staff of some of the conversations that have taken place, really for us to learn. And again, we'll go into this hopefully in a much more in-depth, again, with probably broader stakeholders when the project does move forward. So for us, it was just to really learn about the project. Like the waterfront education facility is not an aquarium. That was something that was made very clear to us. We're not trying to do an aquarium here. This is really about helping to educate. And again, that's where I think the other partnerships will hopefully come into place as the project moves further. Again, the waterfront education facility will be flexible with the changing programs and activities and the interactive experiences. One of the things that we discussed early on, it'll get further developed, is this can't be something that's stagnant where you do it once and that experience is just then repeated over and over and over again, because you won't get that draw, right? You won't get people coming back. So how do we eventually develop something that becomes something that is changeable, right, over time to really adapt to, again, the different types of seasons or just the different types of educational opportunities that would be presented in itself. So those are a couple of the bullet points that we, again, gathered in that initial just kickoff meeting. And then as we go to the next slide, part of it was what were some of those takeaways? So we broke those down into kind of three key elements. One was the program, and you can see on the screen some of the program elements that we thought from an overview perspective, like outdoor observation areas. Obviously, facilities like this sometimes have a small gift shop where you can, again, pick up little, kind of just souvenirs as you come. Classroom, obviously, was another important aspect. Exhibition space, flexible spaces that could both be a workshop and a classroom, and then really supporting the educational aspects of being on a harbor. So things like sailing, kayaking, wind studies, sea farming. How do we start to look into those types of program aspects into the space? And then the building itself. So one of the things that we'll see in the upcoming slides is how do we look at the building to really maximize what we can build on site, staying within the kind of the requirements of the zoning requirements of that specific site. So, but some of the other building aspects that we wanted to address were like open and flexible spaces. We understood that based on the zoning requirements that we couldn't build more than 29,000 square feet. But yet we still had to maintain the same number of parking. So how do we position the building in a manner that maximizes parking, but then maximizes building? And you'll see that study kind of later on. And then large common areas, we talked about support spaces, classrooms, again, high ceilings for flexibility are some of the kind of the building aspects that we try to, or building characteristics that we try to design into this initial idea. And then as far as the site, allowing access to the water, looking at native planning and sustainability strategies, really kind of fitting into the King Harbor Master Plan because of obviously the extensive amount of work that's already been taking place to really look at that master plan. As I mentioned, maintaining the 102 parking spaces was, again, a requirement that we were trying to work within, at the same time creating like bus drop-off areas, as, again, hopefully as an educational facilities, we'll have bus loads of students coming in on a constant basis to really learn about the environment. So those are some of the takeaways from our initial meeting. And then so what we did is from that, just started to look at the site. So these were some of the existing analysis of the existing site conditions, taking, again, a photographic record. These are just a few of the photographs that we took as we were walking and observing the site, understanding kind of the nature of the climate, clear days, where the wind patterns are, and to really kind of help position and organize the building. In addition to some of those climate conditions, we also then looked at, if we go to the next slide, just the flow around, again, the site.
Could you go back one real quick?
sure.
I just have a question on that image. On the lower left, and I don't want to dwell on it, but I would like to understand, you've got that radar kind of lay down there. What is the green bars? Is that winds?
It's wind. It's wind, and then you can see, I know it's in a smaller, but it also shows you kind of the average kind of miles per hour of wind speed that would be coming. And so you could kind of see the prevailing as well as the Santa Anas that would exist kind of in our local climate, oftentimes coming from the southwest and the northeast, right? So those are kind of the directional winds that we would foresee based on some of the analysis that we were able to capture.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sure. And then, again, looking at just the flow around the site. So you'll see the waterfront activity line highlighted there. And that was also based on the kind of the specific, the King Harbor amenities plan. So we just captured some of that information, overlaid it specific to our site. I think some of the key features we wanted to highlight, you could see there's kind of the waterfront activity. It seems like a kind of a little extension of a pier or kind of like a public space that's between right now the lagoon and the project site. Also capturing kind of the interior path around, obviously where the Joe's Crab Shack site is, and then also just kind of understanding where some of those bicycle hubs are. Obviously the roads in itself, I'm sure you guys are probably much more familiar with it than I am, of kind of where the vehicular path and traffic would come from. So this starts to kind of overlay some of that information from the King Harbor Master Plan. Then we took that information and then overlaid that specific to our, the project site. Again, parking being a critical element. We really couldn't expand the footprint beyond where Joe's Crab Shack is currently, and be able to still maintain the parking requirements in the existing parking spaces. So we really try to work within that footprint to really maximize parking, within the site. And then the site, based on the kind of the planning and zoning requirements, is the base FAR is a 0.35, but because we will have some offices above the ground floor, we get a 0.15 increase. So it's a 0.5 FAR that we're able to use. So based on a 58,000 square foot site, we can do a maximum building of the 29,000 square feet that we had previously mentioned. And then height requirements, the maximum height was 45 feet. So within that, again, if we kind of stayed with the typical floor to floor of a building, which would be around 15, foot per floor, we could get 3. But in this case, because we are looking to maximize the flexibility of the volume, we'll be looking at a 2-story volume of the space. So as we go to the next slide, this starts to show, again, a breakdown, a very, kind of caveat. This is a very preliminary program of what we think could potentially go in here. And this was something that we vetted with the city staff too. Again, we think there could be some classroom spaces. There should be some workshop, project space, exhibit space, I think will be really critical. And so you can kind of go through the list of just how we came up with the total, and we say in that the ASF is an assignable square feet. So oftentimes that's just the square footage of the space itself. So if you have, in this case, offices that are 120 square feet, that 120 square feet times 5 gets you 600 assignable square feet of just the office. That then gets kind of grossed up. So when you start to include circulation, some of the restroom spaces, some of the support spaces, that's when we gross up the square footage. In a building like this, oftentimes we're looking at around a 65% efficiency. So when you gross up the 18,500, that gets us the roughly 29,000 gross square feet of the building. And then if we go to the next slide, this starts to kind of highlight our just massing strategy. So you can see the 2 diagrams that we were working with, really kind of a smaller base footprint. So that again, going back to the site diagram, highlights how we were trying to stay close to the footprint of Joe's Crab Shack so that we wouldn't lose parking on the site. And then we started to have this larger block of building above the smaller block. And so we looked at it in two orientations. One was kind of running along with the coastline or the harbor, but then the other one was actually expanding kind of above it and into kind of cantilevering over the water. I think as a team, as we were starting to look at this, we felt much more compelled with the scheme that was going to go over the water. We really felt like it engages with the water from a kind of a building aspect that we really felt was appropriate for an oceanfront education facility. So from this study, if we go to the next slide, we started to then, again, look at how this thing lays out on a site plan. So what you see here is a kind of an aerial site plan highlighting the building that's cantilevering above on the kind of the bar that's going, page top down, and then they have the horizontal piece below. That's roughly in the same footprint of what Joe's Craft Shack was. What you'll also see is we've reconfigured the parking to really accommodate, and you see that in the letter B there where the bus drop off is. Again, if we're really trying to support the flow of students coming in and through this site, we want to make sure that they have proper access and then the kind of the proper drop off required so that students have a safe way of getting in and out of the building. Highlighting some of the landscape areas. The letter G represents the kind of the ocean view deck. So it's similar to kind of the King Harbor Master Plan where you kind of have that amenity space between our site and the Seaside Lagoon. Some of the other elements that is, we're looking at potentially putting solar panels up on the roof to really highlight the sustainable nature of this project. And then the main entrance you see there is off of kind of where letter C is, where the drop-off area is. So this is a cutaway of level 1. And so some of the program spaces that we would have in here, obviously number 1 represents kind of the entrance lobby or the main entrance. Number 2 is that exhibit space that we were talking about. So again, creating a kind of a large flexible space with changing exhibits so that it doesn't kind of become repetitive over and over and over again. 4 represents some of the offices. That big gray bar that you see in there in number 9, that was some of the back of house, kind of the grossing up square footage. So things in there could be like the restrooms. We'll probably have like janitor's closets, electrical closets, mechanical rooms. That would make up kind of that core of the building. And then number 7 is the gift shop that's right off of the entry. And then number 5 right now, we're kind of calling it a studio kitchen, but we thought this could also be a great opportunity to really have a learning teaching kitchen in the facility, but also serves as potentially like a lunchroom, for the students or the visitors when they come. And then number 8 is the kind of the ocean view deck that's directly off of the exhibit hall, within that space.
So what's the square footage of this floor?
So the square footage of this, I think the breakdown was roughly of the 29,000 square feet. I think we had about 10,000 square feet on the ground floor, and then it was about 19,000 on the upper
So you must
floor.
double it on top.
Almost doubling it, yeah.
Wow.
Because it's roughly, I think that's what Joe's Craft Shack was around like 10 to 12,000 square feet. So we're kind of, again, working within that footprint. And then obviously we're trying to do a lot more on the upper floors. And so then this is the upper floor, and you can see it's much more open. Number 9, again, is that kind of the back of house utility that's stacked with the back of house utility on the ground floor. That also for us is a very efficient way of planning utilities. So we're not running, for instance, restrooms are oftentimes going to be stacked so that we're not running piping everywhere for the restrooms across the building, but it can be very efficiently planned. And number 2 is another exhibit space up on the upper floor. 6 is this kind of large outdoor terrace area that's directly off of where the vertical circulation would be. 11 is the kind of the 4 classrooms that would be surrounding, what we're calling this kind of open learning collaboration space. Sometimes in some of the projects we've done, we'll call this like the project hall, right? It's really where you could exhibit projects, you could exhibit the work or some of the experiments or just things that the students would be doing, hopefully, or the community would be doing in this space. Number 10 is a workshop. So again, kind of a seminar type, conference type setup. And then number 12, we're calling it the simulation lab. So this could be where we have some of those digitally immersive like simulation environments. Again, that would be further developed, and the program obviously would need to get developed along the way. One thing that I wanted to highlight there, and you see along number 12, you see kind of a graphic. That is something that, and you'll see in some of the renderings, we're really trying to create this, again, digital environments that aren't just very stagnant. So that's a large screen that we could see changing, and even at night you could see from the outside kind of lighting up, and really helps light up the space within this education facility. And so
Before we leave that, which is, on the one where you roughed out the square footage of each different use.
Yeah.
Is 13 the 100-person conference, but I forget what you called it, but there was like a 100-person event room?
Oh, and so any one of these kind of large open environments, we're trying to create enough flexibility. So 13 would probably accommodate the large 100%.
Okay, I'm just trying to plug those square footages into what I'm seeing here. Also, there was no food shop. Is that you had a kitchen and then you had a food shop?
We had a kitchen and so the food shop could be also something that we could develop into the program. Right now, we just have it called as like a studio kitchen, but you could also potentially have some grab and go facilities in the gift shop. We haven't really fully developed the program on that. The minute we...
and we're too far in the weeds.
Yeah.
I would hope that we'd also take advantage of the 2 restaurants right next to the facility too, rather than develop another food source in here. But that's way in the details.
Way in the details, and it's also, I think, things that hopefully we can start to think about from a program perspective is like, well, how could we have a food shop that also becomes something of a teaching element, right? So how do you start to think about food service in a slightly different manner that might be appropriate for this facility? So it's not just kind of a retail serving facility, but is there something more that could come out of this that supports the mission of an education facility? Things that hopefully we can get into much
just
deeper.
asking how you equated that chart to this one. So
as we go, these are some of the images and renderings that we've developed. So this is an aerial view kind of looking from, obviously, Redondo looking out. And you can see that big blue element that's within the kind of the rendering of that. That was that digital wall that we talked about that could be, again, really helps activate the space and really helps bring the building to life because the images will be constantly changing. How the building kind of relates to the parking, the deck, obviously the seaside lagoon. You can see in this image the solar panels that we've talked about on the top of the roof, the green roof, both on the lower terrace as well as the upper roof. I think one of the things that we really wanted to highlight with the building is that the building also becomes a kind of a teaching tool, right? So the building as teacher is a concept that's existed in the kind of the education world for a while, for a number of years. So how do we utilize the building itself to be a teaching element for the community and the students that might be coming, highlighting some of the sustainable aspects of the project. And then this is a close-up view, as you can see as we come in, again, really highlighting kind of how the building situates itself, hovers over, obviously, the harbor, the kind of the observation of the viewing deck that really starts to engage, the pedestrians that would be flowing, kind of moving along. And, again, highlighting some of the key spaces that are within it. How the building, and then you can see where the drop off is relative to, the bus and the building. The building, I think by orienting it the way it is, it also provides natural, just kind of the building itself provides shade, right? And oftentimes we know how important shade is for visitors when they're coming out to, kind of to the beach or to the ocean and making sure that they have cover. And so by positioning the buildings the way they are, you have the opportunity to both have shade and also be, kind of in the sun as well. And then this is a view kind of coming down from our deck, kind of looking up. And you can see how just the building is situating itself. You got the exhibit hall spaces behind in the back. And really that opportunity to be able to flow in and out, I think is something that was really important to us. And, the building itself having a presence was something that we felt, a building of this nature should have on this site. And then from the water view, so we thought this was also an important view to try to capture, obviously, as you have the kind of the hand launches there and the people that might be kayaking through this site. It's again just providing something, just a view that kind of highlights that. And then you'll also see that the building, the elevations of the building and how we fenestrate, so some of how we articulate the glass along and some of the elements that we put on it is responding to just the movement of the sun. So you'll see a lot more kind of these vertical elements on this kind of western facade, just knowing that the sun pattern, so that we can also use elements of the building to reduce the heat gain of the sun into the building itself, while not taking away from the views, from the inside out. And then this is, I think this is our last view. This is a view of that kind of big exhibit hall or the project space that we talked about with the classrooms on either side. This is, again, just an initial idea of how the space could potentially be used. It's almost like kind of like an exploratorium type idea, right? Where the community and the students could really come engage and then do kind of their own hands-on learning and experiment with the various things that could be set up in this space. Again, this would be this could be constantly rotated and evolving based on the activities that you wanted to highlight.
So is this the upper floor?
This is the upper floor, yes. This is the upper floor at that kind of cantilevered condition, kind of above the water.
Thank you so much, Nathan. That's really well done. Do we?
Questions?
Yes,
Lots,
questions. huh?
Lots.
Huh?
After the buses drop the kids off, where do the buses go?
So we will have to work through the logistics of that. I think the nice thing is that at least the students won't have to walk too far, but I'm sure there will be other places within the harbor that the buses could go park without taking away from the parking on the immediate side. But that's something we haven't gotten into that level.
You have to walk through, definitely walk through that. I mean,
Yes, I.
My
Excuse
next
me.
question is the learning kitchen function.
Mm-hmm.
What is the purpose of the learning kitchen? Are they going to prepare local fish at $30 a pound?
Again, it's a program thing, but oftentimes what we've like teaching kitchens is how do you take kind of the elements that are provided? So it could be just different ways of preparing food. Like there's sustainable ways. We've had learning kitchens that are, sometimes, and I think I know the kind of the city's vision for what this could be, which is drawing in a lot more than just the local community, right? Some students don't have access to all the different types of foods that are available, and so it could be an opportunity to introduce them.
But those kinds of things can be done in East LA. They don't have to be done right on the waterfront. I mean, this is supposed to be waterfront education. I'd like to stay true to that rather than to be doing vegetarian cooking and whatever else. I mean, that's really nice, but this is waterfront education. And there's only one place you can do that, and that would be here.
Yeah, and those are the program things that, again, we would really get into. We've really just touched things at the surface. So, those, I think to your point, right, it's like, how do we support the waterfront education through this learning kitchen? So that could be a way where, it might not be, it could be elements of the water and of the waterfront, and how do you introduce that into kind of this learning kitchen, right? So it could be something different from, maybe,
And since it is education, I'm noticing that number 11, the classrooms seem very small and very limited.
So we've sized the classrooms appropriately. So one of the things that we often try to do when we size classrooms is also work within kind of the code requirements of what a classroom requires. So I think we probably sized this just so that we can have one kind of door out of a classroom. So this is probably close to about 1,000 square feet. That allows us to, from a code perspective, to have a classroom without multiple points of egress that tie into a fire-rated exit. So there's different types of triggers that come about from a code perspective, and we have larger classrooms.
Could the sim labs be converted into classrooms?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my last question is, it's a beautiful building. I absolutely love it.
Thank you.
However, it's so much glass. Have you ever been around glass after the first windstorm and the spray? You can't see out of it anymore. So have you provided for something to take care of that? Because nobody's going to go clean that much glass.
Yeah, those would be the logistics that we would have to get through and to kind of work through, obviously, as just an initial idea. We might not have as much glass as the project gets further developed, but it was to highlight kind of the transparency, the openness, the kind of the brightness that we want to introduce.
Oh,
into
it's
the project.
gorgeous,
Yeah.
but not practical. Not after the first anything that happens down at the ocean. It would be frosted and you wouldn't be able to see out the windows.
Right. So we would have to work in the kind of the logistics of how we go about that. Yes, absolutely.
And that will do it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, Commissioner Kilroy.
Yeah, so I mean, awesome presentation, awesome looking building. And I know this is well before anything actually gets put into stone and whatnot. Do you know if there's any examples of buildings built like this, actually built, that anybody's done before?
From a program perspective or just how the building is built?
Just how the building's built.
Oh, yeah. We're not introducing any new types of technologies in how to construct it. So this is, what you see in the kind of the triangulated parts of the elevation. It's what we call like a Verandale truss. So the building becomes a truss itself.
I'm an engineer, so I get that.
Okay.
I'm also know that when they built the hotel nearby, pilings were a huge issue, and what the molds are built consist of is problematic for construction.
Right.
And I'm looking at it and thinking, see, because you don't really show any major support structures going down into the ground or anything holding up the upper deck. And so I'm sitting there and thinking of line of sight and how big pillars would have to be, because if they're not holding up the cantilever portions, then they've got to be support in the inner structure. It's got to be one place or the other, and they're going to take up either view lines. I guess what I'm trying to say is your building's probably a little prettier than what it would actually be if you actually had to construct it. Is that fair to say?
I think it's something that we would have to work through, right? So we haven't had any consulting engineers. We haven't obviously looked at this with the structural engineer to kind of address those concerns about how it would be supported. I think we would definitely work to try to maintain, again, if this was the design that we were moving forward with, we would definitely try to maintain all of the key characteristics that are important to supporting the program, kind of the openness and the flexibility, and figure out, again, there's always creative ways to come up with solutions that work with what we're trying to achieve. Right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that it's going to be very challenging from an engineering perspective to build it the way it looks.
Right.
Which gets to the next question. If you had to put a dollar figure on this thing, okay? Because we are really good at endorsing some very expensive projects and visions with absolutely no way to pay for them. And I understand we're talking about donations and we're talking about outside money, but even outside money is their first thing they're going to be looking at is dollars and cents. It's got to be somewhat feasible. Any idea what this would cost?
We, I think when the council asked the same question, so we kind of, again, without having applied any specifics to it yet, I think we were saying it was going to be in the upwards of a $50+ million project once everything is done.
Yeah, I was going to guess at 100 myself by the time you figure out what's underneath there to what you're going to have to build to. But okay, fine, we'll live with 50 for now. But the way things go up and up and up and cost overruns and
if you told me that this was going to be built in 20 years, I would not give you a $50 million price tag. But yes.
To warm Commissioner Light's heart and other people who decry grass anywhere in Southern California, I'm going to suggest that you change your rendering from green grass to, what is it, buckwheat?
Well, I already told them native plants.
So we're on the same page there. So yeah, buckwheat. I was also curious, how do solar panels survive? How durable are solar panels in that kind of coastal environment?
I couldn't speak to the exact kind of the durability of solar panels, but it will require that you go up there and probably hose it down every once in a while. Again, if there's buildup of stuff, because
I'm not worried about that. I just know what salt water and what everything else does. You just have to go to the railings on the pier and the rest of the upkeep and whatnot.
Right.
I mean, it's corrosive as can be, and you get any kind of leak in electronics and you can kiss it goodbye. It's kind of curious. I was looking at it and started talking about other aspects of saltwater spray and whatnot. if people have been putting them that close to an ocean environment.
Of course, they're guaranteed for 25 years, so they
Yeah,
should come out and replace them, but.
But no, I mean, otherwise, awesome, looks great. And yeah, standard classrooms, 30 by 40 feet in Redondo Beach schools is a standard, kind of a standard sized classroom, and that's what you had on there? 1,200 square feet, 1,000 square
1,200
feet?
yeah, it depends on, again, the number of students we're trying to serve. We try to, again, keep it, again, just code requirements. Once you exceed 1,000, like 980 square feet, it starts to trigger different types of exit requirements. So given the openness of the environment that we're trying to create and the flexibility, we might want to be slightly smaller than the 30 by 40, but still obviously make
I
it
said
very
30 by
functional.
40 feet in Redondo Beach classrooms would be a good sized classroom.
Okay.
I just was helping my daughter set up her third grade class, and it was
Smaller?
a challenge, 25 students, and it was a challenge to arrange the desks in a way where there was egress and aisles in
Yeah.
place, and you got to have your reading area in this area and that area.
Okay.
So I got a re-education on how big classrooms are,
Nice.
or not.
Yes, Commissioner Kurzan.
I guess big picture, really like what you did here. Yeah, it's a beautiful building. I have some comments that maybe are for you, but then some maybe just for the city. I'm not sure how we got tied into the LA Seed. I looked them up. I saw they're a new school that started last year. I would like, the community input was from Redondo Beach community, right? So I want to make sure that we're also addressing education for Redondo Beach.
Absolutely, yeah. I think there's going to be a direction from council, at least when the amenities plan was approved, is that there was going to be a local nonprofit involved. LA Seed was just a good example for us to use to pick their brain on what their spatial needs would be and things like that, right?
That's fine. But in looking at that, like it mentioned, and I know these are just rough numbers, but 100 students, like if we want to address Redondo Beach schools, I think typical 3 classroom, you're probably going to bump up to like 120. So
Right.
just making sure we don't lock our, a consideration that we could accommodate a typical like grade 3 of some Redondo school. And then, I was going to bring up the soil and loads because I thought that was part of what we were asked to do, and maybe that's separate from Gensler is.
That's going to be separate. This was just
Seeing, yeah,
scale,
okay.
size, how do we show these potential programmers, these potential donors, what could be built out there? How do we get their ideas flowing? It's really just a fundraising exercise and an excitement exercise.
Right, but I thought in order to let potential, to go to that next step, we also wanted to see what loads could this ground
Well, that would be,
support.
when someone was serious, you'd start doing those studies to ascertain exactly
Okay.
what, load level. Everything can be engineered. It's how much you want to spend, right?
Sure. Okay. And I think that was it, but really nice, thanks.
You're on.
I'm on. Yeah, I also remember the soil analysis and loads too. As Matt said, I'm sure we can make this work. You put those pilings down deep enough. You can hit oil, water, whatever, you'll eventually hit bedrock and it'll stay. This makes me think about, I know we want to do everything in the amenities plan right away and prioritize everything.
Right.
This makes me think yet another master plan top priority is going to be the traffic flow. I'm sure we can find a place to park a bus. But, as things are in that area, if you're trying to get out of this area on Redondo, you can wait 3 or 4 cycles at the light on PCH.
Right.
It would be nice to start thinking a little more about what happens if there's, one more car, one more apartment, God help us, the apartment buildings.
Yep. AM, peak hour trips and
Yeah. I've lived here for a long, long time, and I don't know how we do it unless we just turn it all into bike lanes and close all the roads. So, that's one of my thoughts. I look at this and I start thinking about increasing traffic to the area. Mm-hmm. And, boy, I really want to increase traffic to the area on, a Tuesday afternoon in January. But, go down there tomorrow on Tuesday afternoon and, well, schools are back in, but, it's already getting tough down
Or
there.
you get a day where Seaside Lagoon's going off and
Yeah.
this as well. And yeah.
Yeah,
it's-
or, Mother's Day in the Cheesecake Factory
Sure.
or, what have you. It's a compacted area, boat ramp, big trucks, big boats.
Right.
I look at this and I start thinking, we should think about that parking flow. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. I love the concept. Yeah, what everyone else said. It's gorgeous. It's eye-popping.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Light.
Yeah.
Thank you. So first off, I mean, there are solar farms right on the water today. There's some in Florida, Puerto Rico, Hawaii. So I think the corrosion issues can be designed in. It probably adds cost from what you'd install in your house, but it's been done elsewhere. So I don't view that as a major obstacle. Since this has been presented at the council, I've gotten feedback from several folks in the city, most of them positive, but there's some that say it doesn't fit what we want, the character of our city. And to those, I love our history, but to me, this is where Redondo meets the future. And I don't mind having a futuristic design for an education and research center that's in our harbor. I think it helps. I think it's iconic. I think it brings attention to the area. And I think that if you tried to build it in traditional, Spanish colonial or arts and crafts, the window space, the open area would be much reduced, and you'd start impacting the ability to use it. I think this should be focused on the future and should be a futuristic design. So I love our history, and I'd normally be advocating for that, but for a facility such as this, I'm okay with it going futuristic. So the design, I love it. I love the way you've cantilevered the space over the harbor to retain all the parking while optimizing and maximizing the space that can be used for the purposes the building is being built. I love that it's cantilevered because it feels like you're more and more closer to the ocean doing that. So I love all of that thing. I think something like this, when you combine it with what's going on with Seaside Lagoon and with the two restaurants, Ruby's and On the Rocks, this could be a centroid that's kind of buoys up the whole rest of the harbor. And it's an area that I think is underutilized today other than Seaside Lagoon during a few months of the summer. And this could activate it year round and be a centroid for this area of the harbor that's never been there. So I'm very excited about this. I echo if we could accelerate this to one of the top priorities and go for outside funding and set a goal of getting this up by the Olympics, which I know is super tight, but it would be a nice facility. And if we could get open water swimming here, that'd be a great place for some of the Olympic offices to work out the administration of that race. Anyway, I know that's kind of a pipe dream, but accelerating, I think, is better than waiting forever and letting it languish. Plus, the costs are just going to go up. So I'm hoping we can find somebody to help fund this quickly. A couple ideas on, first off, we talked about something that really scares me here, that this is a preliminary design and we might have to shrink it down. The inside, we can work the insides as this thing develops. But that outside is iconic, and I would hate to see it get value engineered into a square box on a square box that has no real unique look and doesn't have that overhang and doesn't have the appeal that something iconic like this does. And that's my fear in this, is that we go, that's a vision, it's too expensive, we can't do it. I think this is one we should shoot for the stars, and we shouldn't sit there and value engineer it right from the start. A couple things, and I think I said this in the meeting where you presented to City Council. I would hope some of those windows can open so we can do some natural temperature regulation and get the people there feeling the sea breeze when the conditions are appropriate. I also thought, I don't know if you can do this, but that cantilevered area, if there's some areas where you could actually see through the floor and it would make you feel like even more like you're over the ocean, I think that would be very appealing. The council, they talked about activating the roof, so I totally agree with that, activating that roof with native plants, of course. But so that there's more uses up there and more educational value out of it. And the last thing, I don't know that we've formally said this, that cantilevered amphitheater, whatever you're calling that, hanging over the brick wall, the open one on the bottom left of the facility. I'm hoping that's integrated with the promenade so that there's one and not two side by side.
Right,
Because
we
that's
would-
not quite the same place,
Right.
you know,
We
we
would
put it,
coordinate,
but
yeah.
I'm hoping it's one and it's integrated in
Right.
and, you know, when it's not being used by the education facility, it's open to the public. Because putting two of them side by side is a waste
We
of
took
time.
the
But overall,
liberty to shift it a little bit.
yeah, I like the location. I think the promenade's adjustable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other than that, I think this is a fantastic design. I was awed by it when I saw it in council. I've tried to pick it apart since I've had the briefing, and I just love it. I love it all the way around. I love the engineering design. That in itself is an education, you know, element. So I applaud what you've done here, and you know, I implore the city not to value engineer this and to prioritize this.
I would just like to second what our Commissioner Light just said. I am overwhelmed by the design. I think you knocked it out of the park here. To echo what Jim just said, this is the center of the harbor. It is an area that's going to be a draw, and it should make a statement and be that future. The reality is the oceans of the world are in trouble, right? I mean, and this is a vision of sustainability. So as much as we can have this as being an example, it's a shining example and it's great. And I want to agree that we should shoot for the stars on this and move the date up. Set a goal, for instance, by when the Olympics are here or something, and just try and hit it. But the whole goal of this was to raise excitement, essentially, and you've done that. Fantastic. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Can I add one more?
Yes, absolutely.
Also love what you did with the promenade. We definitely want to share this. Obviously, it's a little bit of a cost upper because it's what I wish our promenade would be. Just very open, even just this little alley where you've gotten rid of the wall, it just makes it more cohesive. And then the promenade without, you know, the big concrete where most people can't see over, it's just awesome.
Yeah, it's more inviting, right? It's
Very much.
Yeah.
It makes you more a part of the harbor than currently.
Yeah, I shot this presentation over to SWA as soon as we got it.
Yeah, perfect.
Just money.
Yeah, it's just money. It's just money. But let's all figure this all out.
Can I make one more comment too?
Absolutely.
So what we ought to do is shoot for the World Cup, and then we can fall back if we miss that day.
Nice.
That'll make the Olympics easier.
Yeah, that makes the
And
Olympics.
Seconded.
Jim, I agree.
Yeah.
You know, look at just the first floor. It would be a disappointment to only build the first floor of this. And the third thing I'll say is, Jim, you mentioned, you know, changing the character of Redondo. If I'm not mistaken, you have a project in North Redondo at the Friendship Campus. So there's already, you know, modern Gensler glass architecture coming into Redondo. Not that it
And it's in the
necessarily all will
same
be.
order of
but-
magnitude of cost, so it's not undoable.
Yeah,
Right.
thanks.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very good for your time.
Thank you.
And we received and filed the presentation, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
And that is now done. Perfect. We now move to,
You know, technically, we're supposed to vote on it after
oh,
that.
yeah, let's vote. Shall we? All in favor of, let's.
Oh, public
Yeah,
comment.
Oh, yeah, public comment.
Absolutely. Any public comment?
You're messing with his.
Oh, yeah, public comment.
All right, Commissioners, Lee Collar, Redondo Beach resident, King Harbor boater. I love this design. I agree a lot with Commissioner Light here. I think it looks iconic. When I first saw it at City Council, afterwards we go, wow, that looks great. Can they really build that thing? And so I talked to them afterwards. They go, yeah, we built something like that before. So I believe they can build it. I mean, the one thing I noticed, I mentioned the City Council as well, and I see I don't know if they added, I just missed it beforehand, the slides is outlining how access to the water actually works. How access to the water, we don't want to get, you know, the students out there on kayaks, where the kayaks stored. Just that kind of issue. But overall, it just looks great. I'm excited about it. World Cup, if we don't make the World Cup, Olympics.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good, good. Nice. Right, perfect.
Just to see our bright, shiny faces.
Of course. Julie Call, founder and executive director, Waterfront Education. As you all know, this project is near and dear to my heart. When we were doing the amenities, I fought very extensively for us to have some sort of educational element, and the fact that we have a vision is great. Adapting that vision for practicalities of educating, I think we're going to need to work on that a little bit. As Lee mentioned, accessibility, outdoor learning spaces, things that are more hands-on. That's the trend right now in education, especially after rolling out of COVID. So a lot less digital FaceTime, a lot more sea breeze learning. That rooftop, to me, I see a learning opportunity, not only with the solar panels, but wind farms and native plants. The whole idea of being able to take and harness energy in a different way, it leads right into the ROV, or underwater robotics programs, that you see all over Southern California. The other thing I mentioned in City Council, which I think is very important, is to pull together a group of regional educators who are familiar with what is going on regionally, and not only at the Alta Vista level, which is where we see like the high-level research at a collegiate level, but we've got to remember that here in Redondo Beach, we are where kids get excited. You know, we're that first exposure to the ocean or to the water. So I think it's really critical that when we're looking at what we're doing with this building is how do we make that happen on a small scale and a large scale? And as Lee mentioned, kayaks are usually a great entry point for kids who do not grow up learning how to swim. The ocean can be very terrifying. Some harbors are terrifying, even for us as adults. So we have a nice harbor where we have that opportunity to be that first step where they fall in love and want to become a marine scientist. As far as working with the buses and everything, the magic number with buses is 60. The challenge is the magic number getting kids on the water is 12. So when you get those large groups, and this is what we used to do with C-Lab, you create stations that you rotate the kids around. So it's important to have different types of spaces, and also something from an architectural standpoint that you probably don't think about unless you deal with large numbers of kids is hard surfaces. You get a bunch of kids, or even a bunch of five-year-olds in a hard space room, there's no teaching that goes on. Once again, small things as we develop to think about it. As far as the fundraising and building it, actually get it built, I've told Greg, we fully intend to put together a proposal for the City Council, because it's a combination of not only your donors, but it's the long-term programming, which is maintaining the building, and which foundations to go after that support and build this sort of thing from an initial cost standpoint, and then from an ongoing basis. So I'm really excited about this project. I think they've done a great job. I think being different is wonderful, and I fully support what we're doing, and I'm excited to be a part of the process. So thank you for your support. Awesome.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson.
Who's this guy?
Yeah, do we recognize this guy?
I've never seen him before. Commissioners, staff, Mark Hansen, longtime King Harbor boater, 63 years boating in King Harbor, and of course, proud member of the recent amenities working group. So of course, I am very, very excited to see the concept that came out of our amenities working group, making this continued momentum absolutely fantastic. I have some questions about the process, but those are mostly laid because we hired Gensler and he knows this stuff. So I'm sure they'll have the flexibility that, as we give them more input, they'll be able to move walls and make things happen. I do, though, want to note just two things for the future on this, and I think these messages have probably already gotten back to Gensler. One is, just like the previous Ocean Encounters concept, we don't show how we're going to do access for the water activities. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but that's just something for us all to think about getting in the next drawings, is how do we get people down to actually engage in the water. The other one is just kind of the process of how this is moving forward. The administrative report reports that 4 meetings were arranged between staff and Gensler, including at least 1 meeting, or maybe more, with the CDLA school. However, staff has not arranged for Gensler to meet with the marine educators who could provide the expertise to ensure the building design supports the anticipated programming needs. We all know several marine education groups have shown interest in this, the CSULB Shark Lab, the Carlsbad Aqua Farms, our own white sea bass program, and of course, Redondo Beach's own waterfront education run by Julie Call. So certainly as I've been following along with this, it has seemed a little bit illogical to me that we're developing conceptual designs before these potential marine education tenants have provided their expertise. So just something to think about as we move forward. Now, on the flip side, I absolutely understand. We draw way cool, pretty pictures, and that gets the money. So I get the flip side of it, but let's just keep that in mind. Anyway, obviously, this is just fantastic and super exciting. Look forward to watching it move forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Is there any other public comment?
There's no e-comments and no attendees at this time.
All right, thank you so much.
So one thing on,
Yes.
on that. I heard it at the council meeting that there'll be, this is an approval and there'll be plenty of chances for the public to participate. I just want to caution, the city staff and our council that those are the same words we've heard on projects that have failed continually. And public engagement's going to be critical on this, and saying it just sends up a red flag, because we heard from councilmen, council persons during the Center Cal debacle. You'll have plenty of time to adjust this through all the different EIR meetings and the design meetings at the Planning Commission and the Harbor Commission and things like that. And yet, in the end, the public was dissatisfied. So I don't think those kind of words put a lot of confidence in the public, who I think we're all excited about it, but we haven't had the chance to get the public excited about it. And I think there needs to be some effort to do that, rather than just throw it out there and say, this is what we're building, isn't it great? So I hope, there's more outreach and some selling and some back and forth with the public as well.
No, wise words. And, I think public outreach is paramount with this one. I mean, it's such a jewel. If that's what gets built or something like that, it's going to attract redevelopment. In terms of everything else, the dominoes are going to fall. So,
and that's not to say I want it designed by committee, but
no, but
we've had too many kind of bait and switches, and we certainly don't want to see that.
They need to be involved from the onset before even conceptual drawings are drawn up for the real version. It's got to be public facing.
And we've seen repeatedly, which is why I caution on value engineering, the designs that developers put up and then what gets actually built. I mean, if you looked at 2001 Artesia, from the architectural drawings that were sold to the Planning Commission and what got built, you would almost not know it's the same building, because it got value engineered to, cheap facades and things like that from this glorious building that was originally drawn. That's one thing we can't afford to do here. I think we need to keep it iconic. We can't go cheap, and we need to sell the public on this.
Yeah, to that point, somehow we need to make sure that's conveyed to city council too, that, there was that slide that had the requirements for site building, like that element wasn't really there, that we want to make it iconic, and if it costs engineering, so be it, as an important aspect.
Right.
Uh-oh, Vicky's taking over for Greg.
Oh, good.
Sorry, Greg, you're out.
Well, to Leslie's point, is there a way to maybe to get that across to the council that, I guess they already know the importance of, okay. Well, thank you so much, and thank you to all the public for the comments you made. And with that, we're going to move on to L2.
And thanks, Greg, for bringing this to us, because this wasn't on the schedule.
Nathan,
and thanks to Gensler
Nathan volunteered,
for volunteering.
Yeah, no, really, thank you so much.
Great job.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, that moves us to L2, Quarterly Public Safety Report for Q1 2023 and Q2 2023.
Sorry. We have invited members of our fire department and our police department to do a report, just to kind of go over some statistics from this past quarter. We're going to lead off with the police department. We got Brian Weiss here. He's going to walk us through it.
Hello again. I'm trying to keep this simple. I'm assuming you guys got the stat reports in your packets. I thought I would just, if you have specific questions about the stats or incidents or whatever else that I can answer, I think that would probably be more efficient for everyone. So if anybody has a question or based on the stats or something I can expand on, please let me know.
Is this the blue folder, Greg, or?
We got Harbor Patrol stats, Fire Department stats. Did we have the PD stats in the backup? So it was in the original packet, it wasn't in the blue folder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Page 33?
It's,
Oh, no.
is it 33?
There it is, public safety stats.
35.
This is Harbor. Oh, there's police. Yeah.
Is it 35? Yeah.
It's fine. Thank you, though.
I have one question which involves the 415 disturbance. We have 46 of those, and we have, and then we have transients also at 47. Is there any correlate? Are they related to one another? Disturbances and
If you look at the numbers, the last stat on the second page is transient 36, and then there's a 415 transient. At least the distinction between those two, somebody calls the police and said, I'm concerned about this transient that's asleep or face down on the grass. That would probably be a transient call. Transient that's standing in the street, yelling and screaming, throwing beer bottles would be more of a 415 transient. The dispatchers are trained to ask that question is, do you think this person either face down on the ground or throwing the beer bottles in the street is a transient or not? So we can track those stats specific to that. A 415, probably just regular in the call without the transient denominator, would probably just be a separate disturbance. And it could be anything. We use the term 415 in the penal code as disturbance, but 415 dog. So somebody's neighbor's dog that's barking and barking and barking, that would be a 415 dog. So that's how it's delineated. I think the transient stats are separated pretty well, at least here. If you put those two together between the, I think it's 36 and 37, obviously are going to be our largest numbers in the pier and harbor for incidents.
okay, thank you. Yes.
So I'm just curious to see the transients, and we had the shelters put up on Kingsdale. Has we seen improvement, or how would you say the direction of the transient population has changed?
I think, I'll speak for the pier, and I'm hoping it's kind of commensurate with the city, but with our Met team person driving around with our homeless liaison officer, they've been phenomenally effective. We had a new shelter, I think there was a new shelter that opened in Gardena, and we had a whole bunch of beds to be offered. They went through 20-some people in a week, getting them into housing. And some of those were the harder cases. I think overall, I've heard it from peer business owners that they're happier, that we're not at 100% right now, but they're doing, the progress is going in the right direction for sure. I'm only tracking right now at this time one transient on the pier that is a full-time resident of the pier. And we've already got an appointment for Thursday with the harbor, or the outreach team, to see what we can do with her.
Great.
The Met team, our police department Met team has done just the amount of work they do, the great work they've done, the hard cases where they're having to bring in the county home team and really surround the person with services has been phenomenal. It makes a difference, and I see the difference as a cop on the street.
I mean, from areas that I frequent that I know were problematic areas of homeless encampments, I seem to have seen improvements also. I was just kind of curious how these numbers related to previous times and whether or not we seem to have made progress or.
I think it's working. I mean, because I'm in the, I'm working 40 hours a week. We're not banging our heads against the wall as much. There's so many services out there. There's housing out there. The ones that really want it have a million opportunities. I think it's going in the right direction citywide. I don't know citywide numbers, but I think it's definitely going well.
So we should export our model to Karen Bass, give her a call and.
Yeah. I think the last I saw was California was up 10%.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we are having a way. Yes, Commissioner Light.
So I have several things. First, I saw a report that there was somebody injured so badly at 181 Harbor Drive, and then they drove and passed away, crashed, and they were dead. Can you shed any light on what happened?
I'll give you as much information as I can. I wasn't working that night. I did expect this question, and so I reached out to the lieutenant in charge of the detective bureau. There was some form of an altercation between two people there. The victim was stabbed, got in his car, drove away, and then crashed up on Burl. And he was taken to the trauma center and ultimately passed away from the injuries.
Was it two people in a bar, or was it just two people walking down there?
It was somewhere between the boat launch and Joe's Crab Shack.
And they weren't drunk, or?
The suspect that was arrested is an out-of-state transient that's been in the area
it's transient
a short amount of
related.
time. The victim is a resident of Torrance.
Wow.
And we're not sure what the connection is or why they got into it with each other. It's still a pretty
You got
ongoing.
the suspect.
Suspect is in custody. And I think just recently the DA did file the murder charge on him.
So that adds a scary element to the transients. I mean,
It really does, yeah.
okay, thank you. I saw we took down the bike chicanes in the parking structure. Have you guys ticketed anybody for riding bikes through the?
Plenty.
Because I did notice I just walked through there yesterday and everybody was walking their bikes. So
I think I still, my informal numbers like we talked about the last time, it's gotten better. But it's still, if there's not a cop standing there, it's still bad. And
well, there's no cop there when I was there, and it was busy. And I was actually pleasantly surprised that people were actually dismounting without the chicane or anything there.
we still get a ton of people flying through there. We had
I can see on the
somebody
lighter
crashed their
days,
bike
but-
there last weekend,
What about, are you guys doing anything about the kids riding their bikes to the skate park? Not through the parking structure or down there, but around Kincaid's and down the ramp?
Yeah, that's still unlawful, and the kids on bikes or skateboards, everyone we see is contacted, and some people get citations, some people get warning citations, some people get warned.
'Cause I saw that as more prevalent than the other one.
That's probably the toughest thing with the skate park, is that we put it in the middle of the pier, and nowhere on the pier can you skate.
Yeah, okay. And I assume we had one altercation with the police at the skate park. I assume that's calmed down?
It has calmed down a lot. With the help of Waterfront Development, there's an extra guard down there. The guard is doing the closure at sunset. The guard still has to call every once in a while, because the direction for the guard is, if you don't get compliance, then you call the police and then we'll show up and deal with it. Every once in a while, you'll get somebody, generally adults, that don't want to listen to the guard. But it has calmed down a lot. The compliance with the municipal code regarding the safety equipment is probably less than 10%. But, and a few arrests here and there, alcohol warrants, those kind of things, generally all adults.
Yeah. I go, every time I walk by there, I stop and watch the skaters. I'm actually impressed the way they cooperate with one another and are generally respectful of one another and of the public watching them. So I think, in the beginning it was a little sketchy before it was opened, but it seems to me, it seems to have calmed down. I noticed there's some music violations here. Is that bars playing too long or too loud, or is that people going down there with blaring music out their stereos?
Any of the entertainment permit violations or music violations are going to be businesses.
So that's not, where it says music, it's not a
Correct.
business violation.
No, it's going to be a business violation. It's going to be, Starboard Attitude has an entertainment permit, and their entertainment permit requires their entertainment to stay within their walls. And if you stand up at Torrance Boulevard in Catalina and you hear their entertainment, they're in violation of their permit. So we've been working with them. I have to document the violations if they leave their windows and doors open and those kind of things. And we get a complaint, somebody at the village will call and complain because the music is blaring into their home. So I start documenting the violations, and then city staff will then fire off a letter reminding them of the provisions of their entertainment permit.
CUP.
Yeah, and how it can be revoked if they don't comply.
So all those 415Ms are business?
Can be. Generally, it should be entertainment permit violation on a separate call. The 415 music could be somebody playing loud music in a car on George Freeth Way in the parking structure. It could be that kind of stuff.
Okay. I noticed the drunken drugs is lumped together. What is the prevalent? Is it 50-50? Is it
Alcohol, number one thing. Number one problem on the pier.
And is it from the
alcohol.
bars, or is it people bringing their own?
The bars.
So when you lump that with the music, I mean, is there some kind of, do we need to crack down on some of the businesses, or what's?
I'm doing that. I'm ahead of you. Really, ultimately, I mean, the ABC is the ultimate authority with that. Their job is to enforce the provisions of the alcohol licenses, the licensee and the license. You're always going to have problems with over-serving. There's requirements for staff training and those kind of things. But when we have somebody that stumbles out of a bar and falls down and hits their head, I start looking at the bar.
Are we getting complaints from the residents in the condos above that, drunks are coming up through there?
We get some of that.
But it's mostly like right down in the.
It's mostly just ground zero.
And how are they reported by? You guys just.
We see them, people complain, like we had a really intoxicated subject at the Saturday night Pier concert. And somebody pointed him out because he was stumbling all around.
Okay.
And so he got a timeout with us.
And then there's a general one called disturbance. What is the disturbances that are?
I think sometimes it depends on what the dispatcher grabs as their call type. It could be 1,000 different things. It could be something they don't have a code for, so they just have that.
It's a general thing.
To grab something.
But it's not fights, or, well, you have one for fights, right?
No, if there's a fight, that's going to be a separate code.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm just wondering, another way of putting the screws to the businesses is through the CUP, because the CUP does let you call them back and change things if they don't comply.
And we deal with that.
If we see this increase, I think we need to be proactive instead of letting it get like Pier Avenue or Pier Plaza down in Hermosa.
City staff has been really responsive, and anytime I have a location, because I like to work with people and I understand that they're there to make money and ultimately, serve the tourists and it benefits the city. But when it becomes a regular problem, I can fire off an email to city staff, and we really work well together. I've been in meetings with Lori over the years and sit down with the business owner and say, look, you need to straighten up.
Repeat offenders, or once you send them these letters, they get back in line and you don't have problems?
Sometimes it's a kind of an ongoing problem until you get them to a point. But I can also call the ABC, and ABC will go in and they're very strict.
Okay.
You lose your alcohol license for 30 days really quickly. That is a majority of their profit.
So Greg, that's one of my if we have repeat offenders that are just blowing it off.
Right.
We don't want to encourage that culture down there.
Right.
I think it's pretty now. I mean, I've been down there about 6 or 8 months now. I think it's better. I walk in and I get FaceTime with all the business owners. I see them at the owners or the merchants meetings. So I get to remind them of it. And they work at it. They understand the downside of it for them and their licensing. So.
Okay, thanks. So Greg, a couple things there. I mean, one, you walk along International Boardwalk, there's always bikes down there on the railings and illegally parked. And in fact, this past Sunday, there were 2 motorcycles that were parked along International Boardwalk. And I think, it's the slippery slope thing that people see people doing it and then they assume that's okay. And I don't want to be overly, you don't want to overly crank down on this stuff, but it just seems to be getting worse. I don't know if we can put up a bike parking area similar to what you do for like beach life that's bigger.
a corral of some kind.
Yeah, because if you look at the entrance to the harbor, those bike right there where, where you're right at the, I don't know, the apron of the pier, there's bike parking space, or I don't know what you call it.
Bike racks.
Bike racks there, thank you. And they're generally full. So people are using them where they're at, but that international boardwalk, it just seems, people are riding down to where they're going to drink, and then they plop their bike there.
Paint it up and go in, yeah.
And like I said, this is the first weekend I saw two, they were large scooters, 150cc scooters, which is a motorcycle, parked right on the international boardwalk. And I'm like, where does it stop? Are we going to bring, Harleys down there?
If we see them, we take them. So they learn very quickly not to do it again, so.
Okay. Well, thank you. I apologize for going so deep on this, but
It's okay.
appreciate what you
That's
guys
what I'm here for.
are doing down there.
Yes. Commissioner Carlson.
Thanks. Thanks for coming. Thanks for working down there. Have we had any noise complaints from the skate park, especially at night?
Yes, a ton.
I'm sorry to hear that. Okay.
We're not getting it as much. Generally, the noise complaints were the educated residents that were like, hey, council said it's sunset. And there was one resident that was like 20 minutes. As soon as 20 minutes after sunset, the phone call came into the police department. That has been alleviated through having a guard standing there, shutting it down. I don't remember getting one very recently.
Great.
So it was that first month or two or three until we got that extra guard that is just dedicated to the skate park. That solved the problem, but we were getting them every night, multiple times a night. I worked till midnight, and we would get them. I would have to go over there before I left to go to the station as my last kind of turn to kick people out, just to save the graveyard guys from getting another call.
Wow.
So the guard is worth her weight in gold for what she's doing.
Thanks. Sorry we need a guard, but I'm glad it's improved. Are you getting cameras in there? I thought we had funded cameras to parks in some areas of the pier.
Those are coming. I think we're just a couple weeks away at this point.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if the police boat is in use?
It was, and then it wasn't. We got it working. Everything was up and running. The warranty issue turned it into a bigger mess than we thought it was. Got it back in the water. We took it out for a run. We realized there was another problem with it. So it's back out right now. We literally have one part to kind of fix, and we should be back up and running.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. We've mentioned skate park a couple times. When the skate park was first going in, I was walking around, and I think I sent Lori a bunch of pictures. There's no good bike rack for the skate park. There's a couple scattered bike racks in front of the old Holiday Seafood, I think, next to the Fun Factory. But the only way there is down those stairs. The best solution I thought of was putting a bike rack on the second floor of the parking garage, kind of on that balcony that's over the skate park. Not necessarily on the top floor, but on the floor. The top floor is open, the floor down inside the parking garage on the same level as the bike path.
Mm-hmm.
So if you put a stub from the bike path down to there, you could park a bike there. The trouble is it's kind of out of sight and kind of distant from the skate park. So, you can kind of see it. Somebody could grab your bike and go away. I've never found a good bike path to the skate park, but I wish we had one. A good bike path through the pier would, solve a lot of problems and solve getting to the bike path. That's the best thing I've thought of. Think about it as you're walking around. If you ever come up with a better solution for bikes or skateboards, we would definitely support it.
To get to the skate park is what
Yeah.
you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see there's a ton of people that use it going through the bottom, going through the underground. So
Yeah.
straight down Torrance Boulevard and
Yep.
straight through there because it's on the same level.
Yep.
I think some of the crowd doesn't like to come around the front because they have to go past the police station. But I think the underground is the number one path that people are getting there, skateboards and bikes included. A lot of kids on e-bikes. with their skateboard on their backpack. So they e-bike up, they lock their bike up to the railing and then skate for however long. Though there is a municipal code that prohibits parking or locking your bike to a railing. You have to, in the pier area, you have to park your bike at a city-sponsored bike rack. Part of that's for public safety flow, for emergency vehicles. If we need to get an emergency vehicle around Najas on some weekends, it's almost impossible. And kind of like we were saying. So I don't know. I think on the weekends, I think I've seen maybe 20 or 30 people at the skate park on the big days. Right now it's summertime, kids are all out of school. I don't know what the solution would be, but it would ultimately, if we could, I mean, I'd like to move the whole bike path so we don't even have that pedestrian vehicle conflict ever. But that's a long ways away with a lot of money.
You can get Gensler to build a bridge over the whole thing.
Yeah, or can build a bridge for it with glass.
That's all I've got. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
I've got one item. It'd be nice if we could graph this and even graph it based, going back several years and by time. I'm kind of curious, at night, is it pretty quiet down there at night then?
Depends on the day of the week for sure, but the weekends are, and with the heat we've been having, it's 20 degrees cooler here than it is for the people driving here. So people tend to hang around. And some nights at 11 o'clock, there's still a ton of people down there. If it cools off, Saturday night, it cooled off a lot. And that helps kind of get people moving. But there's still a decent amount of people down there on the weekend evenings.
Because we were, some people talked to me about for the outdoor dining program, they were storing stuff and that stuff was getting vandalized and things. And we talked about cameras there as well. How much video surveillance do we do right now on the, yeah. Because that would be nice to have. I don't know how much vandalism or stuff goes on down there at night or just.
We see some. The graffiti has, since the skate park went in, graffiti has gone way up. There's always going to be some vandalism from some people between the transients and the tourists, I guess you'll say. A lot of tagging graffiti, but not necessarily gang graffiti. Public Works does a great job. Like they see it, it's gone. Every once in a while you get a business pier proper that gets, burglarized. I think that's crime of opportunity more than anything, or some local criminal that's doing that. I think that 2 burglaries or 3 burglaries that we've had in pure businesses, 3 that I know of, we've caught both suspects.
Okay.
So.
Well, that's good to hear.
It's kind of nice when you see their face on video and you're like, hey, I know where that guy sits. And that problem goes away for a while.
It does. Yeah, that's good to hear. Is there a way to visualize this data differently? Is there a trend going up as we,
With the new data, we can, for sure. And I don't know if you remember this from the last time or historical, but because of the changeover in our CAD, we don't have a way to migrate the 2. But like with this chart here, it's January through June. We very well could have a crime analyst create you kind of the chart I think that we all see as police officers, or the chief gets, or the command staff gets, where it's like burglaries are up 15%, homicides are, whatever. So it kind of gives you a little of the historical month to month or year to year. The year to year is just tough right now because of that changeover in the CAD. But for sure, we can change the way the report is generated to give you guys a little bit better idea. But
perfect.
It's also, you've got to be pragmatic with it because a June data compared to a January data is vastly different.
Sure, but comparing it year to year, of course, would be really good. Once we get that data, I know you can't go backwards, but next year or whatever, we'll have something to compare it with.
Correct.
All right. Is there any other questions?
No, I just had a similar comment of, wondering when you're looking at it, the data presented this way, what is worrying you as a worsening trend or getting better that you're excited about, and on the worst, especially like the 242, 243, 561, those assaults, those types of things.
I generally.
The public is concerned about trends.
I'm kind of a jack of all trades, but I generally concern myself with the big stuff, the Part 1 crimes, assault with the deadly weapons.
Yeah.
The big things matter, the felony crimes, the burglaries, those kind of things. Those are, some of them are things that we can easily attack. Like the guy that broke into Catalina Liquor and was the, one of the, was another peer business down on off of Portofino. And that's 2 felony crimes that happened overnight, one night. And within 4 days, we had him in custody. We're always going to see the bike thefts. And generally, if they're stealing a bike, it's an expensive bike. So that counts as a grand theft, a felony grand theft. I don't see anything that worries me trend-wise. But I do know that if we work really hard with the alcohol problems, we have a lot less of all the other problems. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of like, back to your questions, is I know that better we work with our partners that sell alcohol and we keep them following the rules, a majority of the other problems kind of fade away.
Just since you mentioned graffiti, so somebody on staff just cleans that up quickly?
Yeah, our public works team out there.
Okay, so just a bit more work going on there.
Do a pretty good job of spotting it too.
They do a phenomenal job. I mean, any of the team can remove graffiti with their graffiti removal solution, but if it needs to get painted, somebody paints it. And it doesn't sit very long at all.
Yes, and you made a comment that it wasn't gang-related graffiti. How do you know how do you discern the difference?
I know a thing or two because
it's okay.
I can tell the difference.
Okay.
Gang graffiti is always going to they're always going to brag about not only themselves, but their gang.
Okay.
Taggers just put their own little name up there.
Got it.
So that's how you tell the difference.
Okay, thank you. See, now I'll know.
Now you know.
Exactly.
The more you know.
The more you know, that's great. Any other questions?
We don't use paid graffiti service anymore?
Nope. Our own crews.
Nice.
Better response rate.
Because we used to pay like a flat, I don't know, it's like $50,000 a year to have to an external graffiti removal service that guaranteed 24-hour service or whatever. So it's good to hear we're not doing that and having our own public works do it.
What I would think, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you were to correct it real quickly, that would also discourage taggers a bit, right? Or
Correct, because then somebody doesn't have to cross the other guy out.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. A different area code up there.
The best thing you can do with graffiti is get rid of it quickly. And they do a great job with it.
Great, that's great to hear. Any other questions? And hearing none, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks,
really
guys.
appreciate the report and all you're doing.
Thank you.
I put our Harbor Commission tag all over the place.
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw.
See, that makes it a gang because it's not just your name, it's Harbor Commission.
Yeah, it's that little JL with a native
JLHC,
plant.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's the HC. It's the HC with the J.
Yeah.
I'd like to invite Jason May up. He's with our fire department. He's going to go over some stats from the fire department and the harbor patrol specifically. There's a PowerPoint. I'm going to bring that up right now.
All right.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's an honor to get to present to you tonight. While I can assure you, Sergeant is much more regal and well-spoken than I am, it's an honor to get to share the stage with him tonight. So he is definitely a subject matter expert, and I've known Brian my entire 20-year career here with the city of Redondo.
Nice.
So it's an honor to get to present with him. I have a very short 5-slide PowerPoint presentation with lots of graphs.
I like your bar graphs, though, better.
Yes, well, I can say our statistician for the harbor does an excellent job with graphs. I cannot claim credit for the actual information presentation tonight, but he does an excellent job. And I'll echo the sentiment that Commissioner Light brought up about the bikes on the rails, and our police department does a pretty good job of it, but for our fire department, fire engine access to any of the businesses between Naja's to Quality Seafood, all the way out to Kincaid's, there can't be bikes on those rails, there can't be parks or benches or anything along those rails because we need a minimum of 15 feet of clearance to get our vehicles down there if we did have some sort of significant incident on that far end. The bullards right there, R10, can be pulled out and we can drive down there, but there can't be motorcycles, bikes. Our police department does a wonderful job of clearing that out. It's been a perpetual problem my entire career, but it is an issue down there. So if you do see it, please let the police department know and us know because it is an access issue, of course. Okay, and just like the police department, we changed CADs, the computer aided dispatch, back in March of last year. And also we changed our RMS system, or records management system, in March of this year. So our year-to-year data doesn't match up very well. I'll highlight some differences from 2022 to 2023 that I was able to collect for you kind of at the end of my slides. But our data is shifted around in how we collect and how we present it. However, moving forward, our new RMS system is much more graphically designed and can assimilate data much better. So moving forward, we're going to be able to provide you with much better data and charts. The three largest call types for our Harbor Patrol personnel are, by far, our first one is going to be maydays, or vessels that are sinking, and those are generated both from 911 calls and then what we call directed patrol, or VHF. Our Harbor Patrol, a number of times throughout the day, patrol the basins. If they encounter a vessel that looks like it's listing or low in the water, they'll investigate, and if it's sinking, that will come in as a mayday or a sinking. That's by and large a third of our 33% or so of our calls. Our next largest category by assistance is going to be public assistance. I'm going to come back to why that's a big category for us this year. That's kind of a catch-all category that we use for almost anything that happens that doesn't have a specific title tied to it. And then medical aids, which is responding to medical calls down there. And you'll notice how we bifurcate our calls by 911 generated and then self-directed patrol, or VHF, channel 16, which is a universal marine channel hailing for assistance. And the first slide just shows our aggregate data from the first year to the next. Our next one is our first quarter data. You'll notice the Mayday, both in 911 generated and then specifically the 71 calls for service, either directed patrol or VHF, could be related to our high storm activity in mid-January all the way through to March. And raining creates problems for vessels in the harbor because some of their bilge pumps haven't operated in a long time. We get a heavy rain, it'll fill that boat up, and our Harbor Patrol, again, are actively patrolling, looking for those vessels that are sitting low, and then we'll pump out that vessel. So that's why I would account for that high number in that part of the year. For the second quarter of the year, our next slide, you'll see that the Mayday's numbers decrease once our storm activity's kind of gone away, but then you'll look down at the very far end of that with our public assist on the directed patrol, and that number spikes up to about 66, and I'll talk about that trend. This year in the harbor, specifically in the very late in June into July, we've had domoic acid poisoning moving its way through the food chain. So we've had some algae blooms that have gone through the food chain, ended up in our marine mammals. We do have a large seal population in the harbor, and that causes the seals to create problems within the harbor. So whether they're occupying docks down there or threatening paddleboarders, and there's actually a category on here where we're removing, I forget what it's called.
Bodies, yeah.
Removing deceased seals, that is a category.
Sea life disposal.
Yes, sea life removal. That spiked up because of that domoic acid poisoning going through the food.
You actually had one of the bottom cleaners got bit.
Yes, that was not reported to us directly, but we heard through the grapevine that one of the cleaners had been going on. So the domoic acid poisoning occurred at the same time as the mating time, normal mating time for the seals. So between the aggressive behavior that happens between mating and that poisoning in the food chain, created some issues for us in the harbor. But our Harbor Patrol was on it and assisting a lot of people, from everything from assisting getting to their vessels to paddleboarders that are being chased by some of the aggressive large male seals. On this next slide, you'll see the comparison of 911 generated calls, first to second quarter, kind of pretty consistent data. Medical aids going up at that second quarter as people use the harbor more is pretty consistent. Everything else is pretty consistent.
What kind of medical aid?
Any sort of medical problem that would occur in that harbor area, the King Harbor area. So anything from heart attacks to people falling on bikes in the bike path to drunk and disorderly people that require medical assistance in the harbor businesses. It's the whole gamut of 911 calls.
How many are on the water or dock related versus not dock related?
How many do they respond to by boat? How many do they respond to by land? I don't know exactly that number. I would say, anecdotally, I would guess 80% are land side, 20% are water side.
And the fire response, is that similar?
Are 80% of our calls medical in nature? Or?
And what is the fire response? Is that all, that's not all on the
land
water?
or in the water?
That is probably 90% on land because they are part of our firefighting deployment. So a fire in North Redondo, our Harbor Patrol people are deployed to that as part of our critical firefighting force.
And Greg, that's part of the issue. And how long, you respond to something in North Redondo, how long is the Harbor Patrol gone?
We especially at times when there's high usage of the harbor, sometimes we will remove them from that response and add another resource from another city. But they can be gone for, a minimum code 3 response to the north end of town is probably 5 to 10 minutes, depending if it was on the very, very far north end.
They're only gone for 10 minutes and they're back?
No, they're 10 minutes to get out there and probably 20 minutes to get back. So.
And then whatever time they're at the scene.
Correct.
So you're out at least 45 minutes to an hour?
It's incident driven, so it depends on what we're doing. Again, our priority is taking care of the harbor, but they are part of our critical number of people that we need there to start firefighting activities as part of our deployment. So they are released back to the harbor as a number one priority, but right now they are still considered part of our critical firefighting force. So it's variable.
So you would say between those, those are two of the most frequent things and most of them aren't actually in the water.
Fire response, again, we changed our data, so now I see where you're going with it. So our fire response, our true structure firefighters that they're responding to are probably somewhere in the magnitude of 1 to 2 to 3 a month. They took on, Harbor Patrol was assigned additional duties this springtime of responding to the hotels that line Harbor Drive. So but that's when their alarm systems goes off, not necessarily there's a fire. So Harbor Cove Apartments, the Sonesta Hotel, Portofino Hotel, they're assigned to respond there if the fire alarm system goes off. And so they're not actually leaving the harbor for those fire bell calls. We've rolled them into one category in this, but they're not leaving the harbor on a fire response 21 times in 3 months. But they were assigned additional duties and
They're not on the water, they're on the ground responding to stuff.
It depends. Like if they're going to the Portofino, the fastest way to get to Portofino from Station 3 is just
It's
go
from the
across.
boat.
Yes, from the boat.
But you're not going to get to Sonesta by boat.
Correct. So it depends on where they're going, but the large hotels were assigned to them as being, because they can get there the fastest. So if there's a problem, they're going to fill us in on what's going on with that.
I would say Portofino is probably the only one you can,
Get to
there's
by
no,
boat. Yeah.
no real way to get out at shade.
Yeah.
You'd have to crawl up the rocks.
Well, they'll stern into some part of the dock to get into that. Property, but they probably would go landside if I had to guess.
But still, most of those fire and medical are not part of the harbor. They're not water related.
The medical ones are all specifically in the harbor area, so they don't leave.
Right, but you said 80% are landside, I think.
Landside. So they have like a little Tahoe that they respond in that carries their paramedic gear to help assist the public. But they would be able to access the boat.
And what again is public assist?
It's kind of a catch-all for things that don't fit any of the categories on it. So if it doesn't fit any of the other boxes on here, it'll fall into public assist. So it can be anything from sails that are luffing in high winds where they'll go and secure the sail on the sailboat to a seal that is blocking somebody access to their vessel, and they'll pick the person up and drop them off on the other side of the seal. So, and then our last slide is going to be the direct-to-patrol VHF responses that they encounter while they're patrolling. And again, that high number of maydays is related to winter weather. And then the public assist spike, I'm just going to count to the sea lion problem we've had this past late spring, early summer. That seems to have primarily come and gone. Okay, so I did want to hit on a couple high acuity rescues in February, which I don't believe we talked about before. There was a vessel up on the rocks out of King Harbor Yacht Club. 2 people actually got off on the rocks. They were rescued by our Harbor Patrol, returned to King Harbor Yacht Club, and actually they ended up towing the boat off of the rocks and returning to the yacht club. So, which it did not sink, which is good. And then for those of you that have been down the harbor lately, you've seen our massive construction project going on at Station 3, and we have replaced successfully the pump out stations in a much larger, more usable platform with 2 brand new pump out stations with massive pylons to secure that for every storm, hopefully going into the future. And then our public safety docks, which are also replaced, and has created a top-notch platform for our personnel to be working on down there, both the Baywatch crews that work down there, the Marine Patrol that the police department provides, and then our Harbor Patrol personnel. It's really a premier level dock that was installed. It's got brand new lighting, brand new things to hose down our boats. We can take in derelict boats into 2 50-foot long slips we've installed down there. It's been a great project and a great badly needed replacement of our docks, which were horribly damaged in this last winter storm.
Is that done?
It is, we'll call it 90% done.
Right there.
We're right there.
Inspections are underway, yeah.
Yeah. Our final inspection was supposed to be this Thursday, or a punch ticket inspection. It got moved back, but for the most part, it's completely done. The lighting's on, the water's running, pump out stations are running. People have been using them frequently. So that is very, very badly needed after these last storms. We had piles that had snapped off at the mud, so the docks were unsecured, and Bellingham Marine, which has been the principal installer, has done a fantastic job with that project.
Great.
So please take the time to tour it if you have a chance. You're always welcome to our facility, and it's a really premier level dock for us now. So
I do want to see it when it's done, because I walked it down.
Yeah.
We were looking at the Seabass Grot, and that was
please email
horrendous.
me. I'd love to walk you through, kind of show you all the features, and it's triple the size, at least of operating footprint. So if we have a medical that we get on the boat, we bring them back to the docks, it gives us a lot more space, a lot more usable space to help assist that person, and then bring all our equipment down. So
What'd you do with the damaged boat that was behind the docks?
the damaged boat, it was actually airbagged, craned, and then crushed.
And what?
Crushed.
Okay.
Yeah,
So it's gone.
it's gone. Yeah, it was gone right after it had been kind of stuck up on those rocks. So we took it out of public site and created an alternative problem for us. Just for year-to-date stats, to kind of compare numbers, our total stats year-to-date in 2022 was 347 calls for service, both the directed patrol and the 911. This year, we're seeing much higher numbers, about 35% higher numbers, 368 both 911 and directed patrol calls. The biggest areas of growth have been the Mayday calls, which we had about 70 last year to this date, and now we have about 143 year to date, so almost double this year. And again, that bad winter weather. And then public success have gone way up with that seal issue that I mentioned kind of at the start of my presentation, where we had 12 year to date, and at this point, this year, we're at 86.
Have you seen the predictions for El Nino?
We have, and we are starting to do formative planning for our response, providing extra personnel that are qualified to work on the boat, both in terms of swimming and knowing how to operate the vessels. We did, during the storms this last year, deploy a third deckhand for anybody that's worked on a boat under inclement conditions or windy, stormy conditions. You know how critical it is to have an extra set of hands. So we're closely monitoring the weather, especially as we head into wintertime, anticipating large swell, heavy wind, any sort of weather event that's going to adversely affect us, a high tide with a high surf. We're trying to monitor those and make sure we have adequate staffing down there, so we're operating safely and that we can provide the service that we've dedicated to provide to the community down there. So,
Because what I read today is they're reporting it virtual certainty of a typical El Nino, and the heavy rain, et cetera, is expected.
I'll give some great credit to my boss, the fire chief, Pat Butler, and the harbor master, where he was projecting that out 2 to 3 months ago and kind of anticipating a heavy rain, heavy El Nino year, potentially some storms that we saw in the magnitude of January, February this year, and then starting to A, brief the community, and B, make sure we have adequate staff to make sure our harbor remains intact during those, as best we can do, during those storm swells. So.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Carlson.
Thanks a lot for dealing with the abandoned boats. Really appreciate you getting those out of the way last year and having them at your docks for so long. And I know you've worked on setting up a process for that, so that goes easier in the future. Is there any way to look ahead at and try to fight that problem? We've talked in the past about you guys walking the docks. If you were able to walk the docks and see a vessel that's abandoned, hasn't been registered for 10 years, that's going to be the next one to sink when it rains, or the next one that's going to get abandoned out there, while it's still, somebody's paying the slip fees on it, while there's still somebody to contact and say, hey, are you using this boat? Like, if you have a car that doesn't have a license plate on it, I can't park that in the street. I don't know if there's anything that can be done here, and I don't know if you have the manpower to do it, but, that's the next boat that's going to sink, pollute the water, and get crushed.
I'll give you two approaches that we've taken. The first is what you're talking about is in partnership with the marina manager, specifically the basic 3 marina manager, kind of walking the docks, policing A, our access on those docks, and then B, looking at the vessels, making sure they have CF numbers, they're paying their slip fees, and in partnership with the basin 1, 2, and 3 marina managers. So the vessels that are already in a slip, we're trying to take that proactive approach with the marina managers. For the vessels that just show up in the middle of the night and tie off to one of the moorings in the mooring field, our personnel have been advised to make immediate contact with those people, confirm with the mooring manager that they're paying their fees, and if they're not, we put them on basically a 40-hour timeline to pay some form of a fee, and then they and if they don't, then they enter the lien process in collaboration with the mooring field manager. Because we've learned, unfortunately, the hard way, most of the vessels become problems for us. Show up in the middle of the night, tie off to one of those moorings, and then nobody can find anybody. The CF numbers have been taken off.
Right.
They weren't vessels that were originally in our harbor. They're from some other harbor, either Wilmington or Marina del Rey. People bring them down there because they realize it's more expensive to dispose of the vessels than it is to fix them or maintain them, and they're not worth anything for salvage. And I think that's where our problem children from last year came from. And we just had to streamline our process and the lean process of basically taking ownership of them. And then again, with the mooring field manager, we are funded to basically remove them from the water and destroy the vessel.
When we get the cameras down there, will that help? Is there going to be a camera that watches?
I know where the cameras are going to go. There's going to be 3. I bet a lot of Basin 3 will get captured on those cameras. It's really designed for the skate park, but I think we would see it. But Jason brings up a really good point, and that is it truly is a regional problem. These guys drop stuff off, and they don't want to get rid of the vessel themselves. They realize how expensive it is to do so. And Dave Shirobi, one of our staff members, applied for the SAVE grant with the Coastal Commission. And we find out this month if we've got it. It's a Basin 1, 2, and 3 grant opportunity that a government agency has to take the lead on. And essentially, we work with our city operator, which is Craig Stanton over in Basin 3, but also Kevin Ketchum, at Port Royal. And we all get together and with those managers, identify those potential abandoned vessels. And there's a process, and you can declare it abandoned, and then we use this money to dispose of the boat itself. It's not going to take care of all of them, but to be honest, Basin 3 is probably our problem child right now in terms of, number of kind of derelict boats out there. But this will take care of the surrendered or the abandoned ones.
Yeah.
What's it cost to get rid of one of those? I mean,
You might
obviously
know better
it's
than
size
I. I
dependent.
think it's around $5,000, but
I think it's about $100 a foot,
oh, there you go.
depending on the size of the vessel, to bring in a roll-off and then bring in something to crush it up and then put it in that roll-off.
No, but I was thinking we have the YouTube video of the harbor. So if you saw, okay, there's a boat there this morning. I don't know if we can rewind that video like a security camera, and then you can watch a dinghy go from the boat to whatever dock, and then maybe there's some other camera that picks up a license plate. I don't know.
Investigation stuff, yeah.
Just throwing stuff at the wall.
I mean, the channel is, the challenge is they'll get on a small vessel, they'll go to the small boat launch, then they go into the parking lot at Ruby's, and it just kind of like.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was wondering. If we had good enough cameras, near the small boat launch, that could help. I don't know. Anyway.
Or they come to our docks and actually access off our, they're very creative, and like Greg said, it's kind of it's a coastal wide problem, and a lot of these boats just go from harbor to harbor to harbor until they either run out of money, get tired of it, or can't operate anymore, so.
Yeah, Long Beach deals with the problem of abandoned vessels by auctioning them off, and the deal is they have to leave the harbor the minute you pay. So, thanks a lot.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much for that excellent report.
Thank you.
Please check out our new docks. They're beautiful.
I love the
Great.
graphics, by the way. So
Thank you.
it lets us absorb the data a lot quicker.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful to know what the trend lines are doing, and also,
I'm really amazed we were able to still get the Bellingham Marine contractor after all the winter storms. I was really expecting they'd be called, to some emergency somewhere else. So I'm so glad that got done.
And really, we've got the premier contractor in installing docks working on our project. And actually, they got to help out with King Harbor Yacht Club, who also had a couple piles snapped off. And there was just a great collaborative effort with the pier removal, our project, and then the Yacht Club also repairing some damage to their docks.
Who was that?
What's that?
Who was the?
Bellingham Marine, and then I'm blanking on the other vendor that did most of the pier removal, who did a great deal of work as well.
Start with the J.
Jilk. They're a vendor. They work extensively in LA Harbor and Long Beach Harbor.
Thank you.
no, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Public comment. I'm sorry. Somebody keeps I get a jam. Any public comment? Open to public comment. Yes.
You could, but you need the title.
Good evening, Commissioner, staff, Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater. Of course, Harbor Patrol is our heroes. They save our boats, they save us from getting hurt, and occasionally they actually save our lives, okay? I just wanted to dovetail on Commissioner Light's question, concern that's been going on for a long time about us pulling the Harbor Patrol officers out of the harbor to go inland. I'll reflect on Keith Kaufman when he was doing his big survey of the fire department and the Harbor Patrol, and he accurately reflected that we have kind of a unique situation and danger in King Harbor in that many of our boats leave that entrance and immediately make a right turn and head north, going down to the beach cities and to Marina del Rey. And I wish they wouldn't do it, but the beginning and intermediate sailors turn way too soon, not allowing themselves any buffer if they have any mechanical problem. It's a reality and it's never going to change. And so response needs to be near immediate if we're going to render assistance to those folks. We can't be calling somebody from a hospital inland to come out. They're just not going to be there in time. And I come to Unite with a very specific example. Within the last month or so, I was down at the harbor, and a sailboat was clearly under duress and was drifting into Hermosa Beach. Okay, well, I could tell pretty quickly that there was a problem here. And so I called 911 and waited in hopes that, we could get a boat to them. Well, as it turns out, they hit the sand. And while they were sitting on the sand, apparently they finally got their outboard or diesel going, and they were able to back off the sand themselves. About that time, Baywatch showed up, but they now were under their own power, and everything was fine. Now, I don't know where Harbor Patrol was that particular day. They could have been on another on-the-water call for all I know. But it absolutely brought the discussion up amongst all of us who were watching this. Well, we wondered if they were inland at some hospital or something, and that's why they weren't there to respond that day. So it seems like I just had that experience. I wanted to share it with you to hopefully, put a big highlight on the fact that, as we move forward, deciding what we're going to do with our fire department and county and so forth, that we keep a sharp eye on. The ideal would be to have response from 24/7 from in the harbor at all times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Is there any e-comments or anybody? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Lee Caller again. Just to sort of dovetail the Mark, and I just want to share a little incident that happened in the harbor about a month ago. As you're probably all aware, swimming in the harbor on that north end, right next to the yacht club, is an issue. Swimming's not so bad. It's not really dangerous, but they know they're not supposed to do it. We also get kids that like to jump off the breakwater into the water, which is super dangerous. So about 3 weeks ago, I was at the yacht club looking out. I see some kids jumping off the thing, pull out my phone, call the Harbor Patrol number, press 2. Person answers the phone, I go, yes, we got some, I'm here at King Harbor Yacht Club. We got some kids jumping off the breakwall here next to the yacht club. And usually when I do that, they're okay, thank you, we'll be right out there, and that's it. In this case, whoever answered the phone, transfer me to dispatch. Talk to dispatch. I'm at King Harbor Yacht Club. Where? What breakwall? It's really sad when our dispatch doesn't know our harbor, doesn't know our city. And even I can understand, maybe they don't know where King Harbor, but at least they should know. Maybe I don't know where King Harbor, I'm sure the Harbor Patrol knows where King Harbor Yacht Club is. I don't know, maybe they've been off somewhere else or something. I just wanted to share that, and so that's an issue we have, and that our dispatch just doesn't really know our harbor.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Is there any other public comment?
There's no e-comments and no attendees at this time.
Thank you so much. All right, at this time, we're moving to L3, leasing overview of pier and harbor properties owned and managed by the city.
Yeah, thank you so much. I've invited Brian Campbell of BC Urban. He's our leasing agent down at the waterfront. And just to kind of give a little bit of a preamble before he gets into this, this is a new topic that we hope to bring in front of you guys every 3 or 4 months or so. We're really trying to think of a way to get you guys more involved in that leasing process. Understanding that adding a month for a tenant to come here and actually get your opinion on a lease, plus the negotiating 2 or 3 closed session items it takes at city council, creates this really long, ambiguous process that, to be honest with you, businesses aren't used to. They can get a negotiation done for a private property, not government, related, in a matter of days. They can meet whenever they need to. They can pick up the phone. We're just really hammed down to the fact that we meet once a month and council meets the first 3 Tuesdays of the month, and that is it. It's the only discussion. It's the only negotiation. It's the only time we have an opportunity to talk. And a lot of times recently, they've been busy with other things. So sometimes we don't even get to the leases. So in an effort to not bog it down any more than it already is, but to get you guys more involved, I've instructed Brian here to kind of give you a breakdown of what the business life is like out there. What are the vacancies? Where are the vacancies? What are our use breakdowns? What kind of percentage of restaurants are out there per se? What percentage is tech versus medical office? I'm making this up because he's got his presentation, but you get what I'm trying to get at. And then what I want to happen is that you guys have a nice, good discussion about maybe what's lacking and what you would want to see in these existing vacancies. And essentially that would give Brian his marching orders to kind of seek those kind of tenants. No promises, not sure, what the market's going to dictate, but at least we know what you desire to be out there. Or, if you think there's too many bars, then we should take a break from that. Whatever the idea is here, hopefully every 3 or 4 months we're coming back and we're giving you guys a refresher and we're getting our marching orders for the next quarter, essentially. So with that, Brian's got a nice presentation all lined up for you tonight. Please ask questions. Brian's very knowledgeable. There's so much data that goes into this that he's not even going to show you right now. But if you have questions, he can dive into it. Go ahead, Brian.
And happy to provide any amount of data that you would like. I started to put together this presentation, and after about 40 pages, Greg just said, no, it's not even, you're not gonna be able to read it. It's so microscopic up there. But we spent a lot of money buying our data from the same companies at CBRE, Cushman & Wakefield, JLL, companies I used to work for, earlier in my career. So I'm Brian Campbell, I'm with BC Urban. We work our contracts with the property management company, but on a day-to-day basis, I report directly to the Harbor Department. So I've got about 6 pages overview, and then we can drill into as much data as you would like to discuss as far as what's going on down there right now from a vacancy and leasing standpoint, what sort of tenants we're seeing, and where I think the opportunities are. There's one big opportunity that I think your input would be very valuable and very timely that we'll hit here in a minute. And Greg, if you could hit the next slide. So this is the front page of our dedicated website that we have for Redondo Beach. So that is a clickable link there where it says Redondo Beach Leasing website, and it's redondobeachleasing.net or .com. You click on that, that takes you to, it's a very robust website that also has links to other, King Harbor, Chamber of Commerce, the city, LoopNet, and CoStar. It's a dynamic link in that as the market changes, as spaces get leased, it updates automatically on that website. So we don't have to maintain it because it's real time. Next slide. So this is our leasing responsibilities within the red lines there. So we don't handle Bob Resnick or Mr. Kwan's leases on the right-hand side of that. And everything within that red, we work with, including the Joe's Crab Shack site. And I love the design that Gensler's got. I've worked a lot with Gensler over the years. They're actually working with a new tenant right now for their interior design down at Pier Plaza. So, Gensler's involved in at least 3 projects here in Redondo Beach. So, next slide.
Can you just?
Oh, yeah.
Later on, you have names for the different areas. On the previous slide, can you just share how you're naming them with your later slides? Obviously, there's the International
Plaza.
Boardwalk.
The slide.
You have Pier Plaza, Fisherman's Wharf,
This is
Marina.
Pier Plaza right here. This is that old Fun Factory space. This is International Boardwalk. If you're following my cursor, this is the R10 site.
Right,
This
but
is-
I'm just wondering where you're drawing the lines, like, there's one called Marina, if you're calling that what's lumped into Marina.
Would Sambas fall under Marina
Yes.
Yes.
and Jeff's Crab Shack?
So this is Marina.
Yes.
If you see my cursor, the Marina is
So from
Here,
the end of
here,
International Walk.
all these
Over.
standalone buildings.
Right.
That's all
So
Marina.
Mole C and D.
Okay.
Right. And the International Boardwalk is here, Pier Plaza, and then this is the pier.
And additionally, for the commercial boats, such as Foss, for example, we assist the harbor master with crafting those commercial leases. Otherwise, he handles all of the slip leases himself. So next slide. So there's the available sites. So take Crab Shack out of it for a moment and just look at Sambas and that red box next to the skate park, which is Fun Factory down below the parking garage there. If you take out Fun Factory and Sambas and Crab Shack, those three big chunks, we're 96% leased. We're 90% leased at Pier Plaza, which is the office component. We're 100% leased down at International Boardwalk, Fisherman's Wharf. We have just come to an agreement with the former Ruby's building and On the Rocks and Captain Kidd's up there. So
that's finalized?
Tomorrow night.
And to give you an idea of I know we were talking earlier about how much money some of this is going to cost. Well, I'm here tonight to help show you how you're going to be able to pay for it. And just one example is those three leases were the former Ruby's building On the Rocks and Captain Kidd's. Right now, the city gets $11,500 a month from those three sites right now, $11,500. Starting September 1st, it goes to $43,000 a month minimum. So that's the base rent. Now, all three of those we're confident in a year, well, for the two, Ruby's and On the Rocks, we're confident that they're going to hit it out of the ballpark. And so those minimum monthly rents are going to, I think, well exceed that. Captain Kidd's already does. Their base rent is $8,000 a month. It's going to $16,000 minimum. So it doesn't matter if they fall down, if there's, on their sales, or if there's another black swan event like COVID or something like that. The city's in much better financial shape as a result of these three leases that hopefully will be approved tomorrow night at the council meeting.
Yeah, to step back a little bit and just to say maybe the obvious, but using those three buildings as an example, each month we expect a minimum monthly rent. You use $16,000 for one of them. We also get 8% of the gross sales if it's higher than that $16,000. So Captain Kidd's has never hit the minimum because their sales far exceed what that minimum is, and our check for that month is always a lot greater, but it varies, right? A summer month could be $25,000 check. So, they're very, very confident that, number one, all of these base rents that he's talking about, these minimum base rents, it's a protection for us. In case some kind of black swan event happens, we still get at least that much and we're protected. But like Captain Kidd's as an example, they've always done better. So we know that these three are going to be more than the 16 grand. So we're very optimistic is the best way to say it.
So part of my job as a leasing agent isn't just to throw tenants in and sign leases up and cross your fingers and hope it all works out. Part of my job is risk mitigation, from a financial standpoint, and also make sure you've got the right operators that are going to be successful, have got track records, and understand the community, the culture on whatever council's in place at the time, et cetera. So, 35 years ago, I was living in the Village Apartments, right behind Pier Plaza. So I office at Pier Plaza now, and there isn't a week that goes by that I don't sort of slap myself in the face and think, who would have thought this would have happened, so many years afterwards. So I've been in the South Bay, the whole time I've lived in California for all those decades. So next slide.
Yep. Well, I have a logistical question.
Oh, sure.
It was just, how do you know what the revenue is for, say, Captain Kidd's for a month? How does the city know? Is that self-reported?
They report and then we audit from time to time just to make sure that their books are accurate.
Okay.
So the city has their auditors, and they work their way through all of these master leases, all of the contracts. I know our contract was audited some years ago when it was our turn, and so that's how they make sure that it's all correct.
Our most recent audit was with Quality Seafood, and they kind of poured into the records, and it turned out that they were very accurate in how they reported everything. And I think there was just a discrepancy of like $1,000 that needed to square up somewhere. So they were a good example. But we do that periodically just to make sure that their books are on top.
Okay.
So sure.
Can we go to the previous slide?
Sure.
This shows what's available today. Are there any that we expect to become available in the near future, or is this stable?
This is fairly stable. I'll let you guys, yeah.
Yeah, here's it's a great question. And harbor staff knows about this. We talked about it with council. Here's my concern is because of all the litigation that came about after the CenterCal debacle happened, we weren't able to enter into new leases for a period of time. And so we actually went from 99% leased down to about 70% leased until we got the green light to be able to start leasing again. Well, we're back up quite a bit since then. However, an awful lot of leases expired during that couple of years, and they went into a month-to-month holdover standpoint. And so right now, one of my main focuses is getting those month-to-month tenants onto new long-term leases that reflect the current market rate right now. But 53% of our total 170,000 square feet of space down there, 53% of it is on month-to-month leases. Wow. It's about 42% of our tenants. Now, I call it portfolio risk. So you can have a stock portfolio, and if it's all weighted in one sector or something, that may work out, but it also can be very risky. So I'm trying to reduce portfolio risk, and we're doing that. One of the tenants that's actually working with Gensler right now is taking one of the vacant spaces, but we've got other month-to-month tenants that we are regularly signing up for. So I would like to see that number, and it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. It was almost 2/3 of all your space was month-to-month. So I'd like to see that number get back down to in the 30s or so and reduce that risk. All the projections, and I've got all the CoStar analytical reports, I read the Wall Street Journal like everybody else, show that over this next year, there's going to likely be a slowdown in rental rates and an increase in vacancies. We're seeing it right now with major foreclosures in the office market. I mean, unthinkable high-rise office buildings just being handed back to the banks. I mean, Brookfield, for example, that owns half the major high-rises in downtown, is giving back several absolute iconic buildings. So we've been able to maintain our rental rates so far, and we're continuing to press them as the market will allow us to, as we're doing these rollovers from these month-to-month tenants to current market rates. So next slide.
So Greg, before, probably beyond the purview of this specific discussion because it's another leasehold, but we've seen the Tex-Mex is coming for over a year, right? Down in the Redondo landing, and then the two bars underneath, we heard probably 2.5, almost 3 years ago now, that they were going to revamp that into one big space and something was going to happen with it. And then Maison Ritz is the other. So it seems, we have some that are underperforming too, that even though they may be paying their minimum rent, we're missing out on, the upside of that. Plus they're not drawing parking, and it's not drawing over, people who would go there that would also benefit the other businesses around.
And you hit on two key points, which is this area right here, which is outside of Brian's purview. It's two master leaseholders that the Maison Ritz one, they are approaching the city to renegotiate and to re-up their master leasehold. With that, we exchange term for improvements. And we're very early on in discussions. I can't really say, exactly what's going on with that, but but essentially they want to make significant improvements and attract a world-class tenant to do so. And, you know, facelift,
Yeah, and that one's
all
like
good
criminal
stuff.
because you're as
Yeah.
far out as you can get on the pier, you're
Right.
as far out over the water as you can, and they got a huge flat roof that they could use as a dining deck, and
Right.
it's just
got
a crime
potential
to see
out-
that
Yeah, it's got a lot of
vacant.
potential.
And but the same with those two underground bars that have been lumped together, and then the first thing you see when you get to the pier is Tex-Mex coming soon. It's been now for like a year, probably more.
Yeah. That's the cantina at Robert. Yeah, I know they're working through building permits and they're actually, I mean, signs are going up now. I can't speak to how long it's taken, but I know they're moving forward.
I hope Ruby's and On the Rocks is quicker than either of those
Yeah.
has been going, because it's,
They are highly motivated,
World
Ruby's and On
Cup
the Rocks.
Olympics.
pardon?
World Cup Olympics.
They are, these two tenants that are taking On the Rocks and Ruby's, they are highly motivated to get open because they're paying their base rent from day one. And it's very often in this business that you get a year or so to go through the approvals and the construction process before you start paying your base rent. The city was able to drive a very competitive deal here. And so starting September 1st, they're paying full rent. So they're highly motivated.
And they're two well-known locals that
Correct. They will perform.
been successful, yeah.
Correct. Now, from a historical standpoint, if you go back 10 years, 2012, 2013, city didn't control nearly as much of your land as you do now. Yeah, I mean, you bought back Pier Plaza out of the remaining leasehold. You then got one of the probably great real estate deals of the last decade when you were able to buy International Boardwalk for about $3 million out of that remaining lease. That was a steal. That's probably worth $20 million right now if you were to flip that to an outside investor. And then the marina, you bought back that leasehold. So from a
And a
real estate,
premium.
from an acquisition standpoint, from a real estate standpoint, number one, you're in control of a huge swath now that you didn't have control before. And I wasn't involved in those deals, but whoever negotiated those deals got a great deal for the city. So what we're trying to do now, what my job is to help populate it and maintain it and keep that cash flow going. So next slide.
Sorry to drive you off topic there.
Oh, no, I could be here till midnight. I love this stuff. But so this next slide here, that's a clickable link to the property video. It's just a couple of minutes. We've got, we fly the property regularly. I mean, we're legal in being able to do that. And we fly this for property management from a maintenance standpoint, from a leasing standpoint. All of our leasing presentations for potential transactions have a video included in them. So you see that rooftop deck right there of Maison Ritz. That's Mr. Kwan bought that leasehold back from Leo after Leo briefly owned it. And then you've got Old Tony's, of course, with their bright blue band around their I call it a cupola up there. They've repainted the outside of the building. They're planning on doing big improvements on the inside. Now, if we could just stop that video right there.
What about the boat, the one that looks like a boat that used to have the old Great White? That looks pretty run down.
No, it does. It's Neo-America, and when these leases come up, the city's got a storefront improvement program, and part of the requirement for signing a new lease is that they've got to go in and repaint it and modernize it. Now, I was living down here when that burned, back in 1988, also the windstorm, when that happened. And so you take a look at how robust that whole pier is. It was actually designed to be able to put other buildings out there if you decided to do that. That was pretty smart. Whether you do it or not, you got that capability to be able to bring some more activity out there to the end of the pier.
Right now, though, we're only, per our LCP, we're only allowed to build on pad 2, which I still don't understand why we haven't done something there after all these years.
That's this, right?
Yeah.
So if we could start again, so there's Kincaid's, there is the skate park. I'm out there every day. I agree with what I've heard tonight. It's really settled in nicely. I thought it would generate more noise. It doesn't seem to. It's normal. 8-10 kids are out there. Everybody's respectful, and it's working. So There's Sambas, if we could stop that video real quick. So Sambas, they were a victim of COVID, one of our few victims. And we just got that building back just this last week. So we tried to work with them. They hung in there by their fingertips as long as they could, and they finally surrendered. We just got the keys back. I'm actually going over there tomorrow to walk through it and take an inventory about what we need to do. Our direction from the city is because that's where the boat ramp is very likely going to go. So some or all of that building will very likely go some years down the road. Our direction from the city is to try to find some intermediate use. I mean, it is a walk-in restaurant. It's huge. It's 10,200 square feet in there. It's in much better condition than Joe's Crab Shack, because Joe's Crab Shack, people broke in and did quite a bit of damage in there. This, you could fire it up tomorrow probably. So if we can monetize that on a temporary basis for something that would bring in more people, bring in some more money, bring in some more activity until the waterfront amenities plan is completed, that's our goal there. So input as to what sort of potential short-term use would be welcome, for myself and my team. So let's click on it to go again. So there's Captain Kidd's, obviously, on the rocks, former Ruby's building. And then we're going to rotate. And this video is just showing you our area of responsibility. So you can see the fishing, the old sport fishing pier is gone in this video. And then we're flying over Crab Shack right now. And we're looking to do the same sort of thing here, which is find different potential users that will comply with the restrictions that are on that piece of property that will bring people down here in a positive way that perhaps will then feed some of our other businesses.
Doesn't that require investment to, it's pretty run down. I don't know that you could safely go out on there.
That's the challenge on that site. So Sambas and Joe's Crab Shack are kind of in the same boat in that we've got it earmarked for something else with the amenities plan, right? We got the boat launch on one side and the education center over here. Both could do short term. Sambas is turnkey, so we think we can get some traction there. Joe's, it just needs too much work. Like we're just not getting a whole lot of foot traffic in terms of, well, there's a lot of people interested and then they see it and they go, forget it.
Or it's a usage that just won't be allowed. I mean, we've got the high-tech dog cafe idea, which I think they'd knock it out of the park, but it's not allowed.
Yeah. We've got big time use limitations out there with the Coastal Commission and the Tidelands. It's really hotel, restaurants, cafes.
Visitor serving.
Right. It's
commercial or recreation.
Right. So we're limited in that sense, right? So we're still working on it. Council gave us some direction to do some other things, figure some stuff out and report back, but it's ongoing.
So now we're flying back to Pier Plaza. There's Quality Seafood down at the base of it. Fun Factory is on the right side below the parking deck. And that's where we office is in building 107 there at Pier Plaza.
Sorry, you flew past this. Is Gold's Gym in your?
No.
Gold's Gym is not.
And then.
But I used to be a member there, 30 years ago or something?
You're dating yourself. But in this area up here, this office area is well occupied, you said?
90% now.
That's great.
Yeah, it was 99%, before the CenterCal thing happened. So I'm confident that we'll get back there. Now, and we can stop the video now. So one of the challenges that we've got with Pier Plaza, which is the office component of it, is typically for office space, landlords need to provide a pretty sizable tenant improvement allowance. We call it TIs.
Mm-hmm.
And the city is not a real estate developer, and so you don't have the budget, nor should you have the budget or be in the business of being a real estate developer. So the challenges that we have is to go out and find tenants that can take the space as close to as is as possible, or they like the space or the deal points in the lease well enough so that they'll invest their own money and take it over. So when we first were hired, it was, the joke around the office was, we're 18 months away from, construction on CenterCal. Well, 18 months turned into another and another and another. And so it's the same people that are all down there with property management now. And so we've got this culture built in where we try to save every dime we can. So the money we do spend goes to painting, it goes to the outside of the buildings to maintain their structural integrity. The HVAC units, for example, you buy a new 5-ton HVAC unit, it may cost 15, 20 grand or so. You've got to get it up there, which takes a big crane. They should last 15, 20 years. Well, if we're ultimately going to do something with Pier Plaza, you don't want to go spend all that money on a 20-year HVAC system. So we were actually out buying used ones. I mean, people would give them to us. I mean, we just needed to go pick them up and install them, and they've worked fine. I mean, we drug them across the roof in a couple of cases, to save money. So it's kind of a fun culture to be able to see what we're able to do down there, and it's paid off over the years. I mean, you've got a good property management company that also offices down there, and they take the jobs personally on it. So next slide. So this is a monthly leasing report that we provide the Harbor Department. It just gives you a quick snapshot as to where we currently are with leasing. So as I said before, Fisherman's Wharf's 100% leased. Pier Plaza is now 90% leased. International Boardwalk, 39% leased. But all of that vacancy is Fun Factory. Fun Factory is 29,550 square feet. It's big. You could put a hockey rink in there probably. The marina is 75% occupied. The vacancy is Samba's. So up until a week or so ago, the marina was 100%. So our big chunks of space are Fun Factory, Samba's, and then Joe's Crab Shack. Other than that, we've only got 3-4% vacancy. So I said earlier, where there's a great creative opportunity here, to get your input in, and that's Fun Factory. The city's going to be doing a leasing strategy study with the original company that helped develop this plan in 2008, Cosmos and Associates, and they're going to spend the next couple of months taking a look at what could be done in there, and it's a gigantic opportunity.
I can jump in a little bit on that because I do want to stay focused on use tonight and on these vacancies because, absolutely speak your mind on what you want to see out there. This leasing strategy that Cosmont's undertaking is really a funding, a timing, a phasing between all of our opportunity sites. It's doing the research to figure out what's structurally needed at the Fun Factory to get that thing going. What's needed in the parking structure if we were to raise Pier Plaza and put, say, a hotel there? Could you retrofit that to accommodate a hotel with a pool? That's got to be heavy, right? Do we go with a developer to do that? Do you go through a broker? Is it a combination of those two? How do they get paid? Is it at the end on a percentage or is it an upfront? That's what that study's kind of doing, is game planning how we want to tackle these opportunity sites, which are Fun Factory, Pier Plaza, kind of the area above R10 and that area where we were all talking about a food hall during the amenities plan. So that's that tactic. Tonight, that'll eventually come back to you guys. But tonight I want to focus on the vacancies and
So we're tactical.
Right. Timing wise, maybe you do an RFP that'll eventually come here before we put it out, but you probably do Fun Factory with the Pier Plaza project together and let the private industry dictate, is that a phased approach? Is that one project? Is it 3 projects? What is it, right? They're going to know what their return on investment is. So that's kind of where that strategy is. This is more of, what do you want to see out there?
So based on that, for these tactical uses, you're building in these new leases that you're letting, you're building in out clauses?
Absolutely. So to his point, month-to-month leases are, leaves us exposed a bit. Everybody can leave whenever they want. We want to systematically get into longer-term contracts without clauses. Typically, 12 months notice, we can tell you to leave is the typical. I think Pier Plaza, everybody has that.
Every single lease,
Yeah.
Fisherman's Wharf, Pier Plaza,
Yep.
International Boardwalk, it has a 12-month out by the city for any reason. So we built that flexibility in order to accommodate the city and not tie their hands, when you decide you want to do something different.
Right.
But I think it's important if we can paint to the potential people moving into this, if they're like if we could say not Fisherman's Wharf, the old Fun Factory site was going to be there long term because we don't plan to do anything with that side, that would be more attractive than saying, well, putting you on 1 year and it may come up quickly, right?
Right.
It increases the risk to the business. I mean, it's got to cost us on lease rates, right?
Absolutely. I mean, right now, Fun Factory's in no condition to lease. We want your opinion on what you want to end up being in there, but we're going to have that leasing strategy done before we have anybody on board to do the improvements needed to get that going. Right?
Yeah, and I would say like Sambas is a different, because we know we're putting a boat ramp in and that's one of the
Exactly.
top priorities.
Right, so that one's out.
Putting a hotel on Pier Plaza, that's probably not coming up tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
But, you could start moving out on that. So.
Right.
Well, and to your point, definitely it does impact our discussions. I mean, we're very clear when we talk to tenants that are getting ready to sign a 5-year lease. They're committed to that 5-year lease, but the city has a 12-month out on it. We're very transparent with that. We don't want anybody to feel like, come the day that something does happen, that they feel like they haven't been treated fairly. Again, you're not a real estate developer. You're a city. You represent the residents out there. Most of those businesses are residents also. And so that's what makes our job a little bit, well, actually quite a bit different than a typical leasing brokerage job down there.
But if you could say you're in for 5 and then you're on a 1-to-1, that's a different equation than you're on a 1-to-1 from the very start.
Definitely. Now, what we've done with these 3 new leases that hopefully will get approved tomorrow night at On the Rocks, Ruby's, and Captain Kidd's is they're the first leases in a long time where they're in there for 10 and a half years. There's no cancellation penalty. Okay. They're going to spend millions of dollars improving the place. I think it's going to be the future of that end of the parking lot. I think they're going to hit it out of the park or the city wouldn't be doing this deal. So I think that's.
So they don't have the year to year?
They do not.
Yeah.
So the city's making.
They don't.
The city is making that commitment to them. If you spend that money and you build what you're going to build out there.
Captain Kidd's too?
We truly view it as a midterm win, not a short term, not a long term, 10 and a half years. It's going to take about 4 or 5 for Seaside Lagoon to get redone. Honestly, the boat launch is like a 3-year project, right? So there's a lot of transition out there and 2 new businesses. We view them doing their first 5 years. Hopefully they go like gangbusters, but there's going to be a lot of transition. That whole parking lot's going to change. Everything's going to change. So then they'll have another 3 years and like year 8 to really evaluate what we've done out there in terms of our financial commitment, how they're doing. And then we can talk about potentially something longer than 10 and a half years. What we learned from those prospective tenants, and I say prospective because it's not approved yet, is that about $1.5 million is worth 10 and a half years of term. They need that much time to recoup that cost and to make it pencil for them, right? Ultimately, they want new buildings out there. But for us to be able to offer up new, term for what it's going to cost for new buildings out there, they're looking for 20, 30-year type leases. And, with everything that's changing, they don't want to commit to that just yet, if that makes sense.
I'm okay with On the Rocks and Ruby's, because I think they have a plan that integrates those two. I'm concerned about the Captain Kidd's because they've got 3 different buildings there that are sub-optimized with open space that's underutilized and attracts vagrants.
Right.
And we're just going to live with that? We're saying we're living with that for 10 years? That just,
They're also putting $1 million into it in improvements, so.
yeah, but
That was also a site that had some, not completely clear on the traffic, right, for the boat ramp, Captain Kids.
Well, that's true too. I mean, that whole parking lot, we don't know what that's going to look like until that RFP goes out and we're looking at.
yeah, and their segregated parking lot is actually an impediment to optimized use of the parking. And so that's why I'm concerned. The other two, I don't care about. They're in that big shared parking lot.
Right.
They have this very unique 3-building thing that's sub-optimized with open areas that do nothing except attract bad stuff in the harbor. And it just seems, we could say you get more space, but you're going to give up this, we're going to consolidate the open area and do something with it, or that's going to be a market hall and we're going to start moving forward on it. Just seems sub-optimized to sit there and go, those 3 buildings and that wasted space we're locking into for 10 years.
They need those buildings. I mean,
I know, but if they're going to invest in it, they could and they're going to build a new building, shove the buildings together and open up real open space that you can do something with instead of sitting there looking at looks like a cottage and one's just this ugly garage. And they're just running back and forth between the buildings. And
I think
vagrants attract down there, drug users.
I think you'll see that now that they know that they've got term on their lease, because right now Captain Kids has got less than 1.5 years left on their lease. So as a business owner, you can't spend that kind of money when you only have 1.5 years left on the lease. So they needed to get this deal done so that they can start opening up, their purse strings to be able to make the most of that site out there.
That's a big space that we're wasting.
Yeah.
Well, they're paying a hefty rental rate. They're paying twice minimum rent not twice. They're paying $16,000 a month over there compared to the other restaurants paying about $13,000.
So we're going to just let them waste space because they're paying more.
Well, and also you'd have to look at.
And it detracts from the harbor when you walk by there. I hate that area. When you walk it from above, you just see this pit of unlandscaped ugliness. And when you walk at it from the harbor, from the parking lot side, it looks attractive to go down there and go get drunk, go do drugs, go sleep. It's just ugly and it's misused. And I don't know why we'd lock in for 10 years of.
I'm wondering if part of what you're talking about is between where those buildings are and the parking garage, because there's that little slope that's.
Yeah, it's behind their buildings and it's 3 separate, it's much more efficient to have one building altogether than 3 separate buildings, right? Because you have electricity for each building. It's just wasted space and it's ugly. It's not landscaped nice.
You know what? That's a good point, because where the little cottages, as you call it, they use it for storage. If you look at the landscaping right around that, it's first class. But you call it
first class. I call it value. It's not native plants.
I'm not an
arborist.
There you go. But the space between where that cottage is, where the ground slopes down towards the garage, on either side of that big wide walkway, where the paddleboard storage is, that absolutely could use some landscaping, because it is dried and it's dried up. That's outside of, if it's what I'm thinking of, it's outside of the Captain Kids footprint. That's ours. I mean, property management. I mean, I'm not property management, but I office with them, and that's something we could probably
You can't activate it for the public. I mean, you could put all sorts of nice greenery down there. You're still going to get people going down there and doing drugs or getting drunk or sleeping, because it's a hiding place. It's a natural hiding place because it's below the plaza from where you're coming down from, what's the park up there? Zuliger Park. And it's just this empty void. And it's hidden behind buildings that you have no access to.
I want to be careful about what we're talking about right now. This is an existing lease. We've already got direction from council on this. This isn't a brand new thing.
I think that's part of the problem, not coming to the commission to talk before we do this stuff.
Okay, but in a public forum, having this kind of discussion about an existing tenant has ramifications
I thought you're negotiating and finalizing.
for an extension.
Well, they've got an existing lease.
Yeah, but that's coming up. You said they have less than a year. So why wouldn't we be
You're
talking
negotiating a
about it?
new lease.
And you're about to negotiate a new lease. Why would we?
Tomorrow.
I know. Well, that's not my fault, right?
I really think it's inappropriate.
Does this
I am,
lock in the parking lot too for the 10.5 years?
No, I mean, right now it's not, right now it's configured to where, it looks like it's theirs, right? But when we redo the boat launch and we redo the parking lot, that may get just jumbled into its one shared situation. I mean, we're going to be ripping that whole thing up, so.
So that, their parking lot isn't part of the lease?
That's not part of the lease, yeah.
No, it is. I mean, we would get back into it though. Like these leases, you open them back up.
Commissioner Light, to address your concern, the big difference between leasing and selling property is we've got a relationship with them for the next 10.5 years on it. There's a lot of give and take that has to happen between them investing their money and going through the whole planning process, and a lot of negotiation on items like that. So I think we will certainly have the ability to have quite a bit of influence on the owners over there at Captain Kidd's. We've got a good relationship with them now.
Yeah, but that's not really how it works, though. The lease is a binding contract, and whatever is the lease, that's what you're going to go back to as the Bible to say. I mean, if in the lease you've now said they've get so many parking spots and he can have it lined off, you wouldn't be able to change that unless he agrees to it. I mean, that's how the lease works, right?
Except they're going to need all kinds of approvals as they go through their own improvement and planning process, and that's where that sort of thing happens. Same thing's going to happen with Ruby's and On the Rocks. I mean, they're going to redo those entire buildings there. There's a lot of planning process and details that have still got to be worked out.
Yeah,
I
but
guess my
they're
main
not sitting on
concern
the.
is really the parking. If in the routing of the boat ramp, it goes back to Pacific and you want to cut over to where there's currently parking, you don't want to be locked into a 10.5 year lease. The city should have flexibility to say, we're going to need to reconfigure that. That's my main concern.
And that could be put in the lease, right? That the parking could be reconfigured at some point. I mean, you put anything in the lease before it's signed. It's the issue after it's signed.
Or you can amend a lease.
Only if both parties are amenable to it.
Well,
If the other party's not amenable to it, you can't do anything. I mean, I've dealt with commercial leases myself. So you could, money could exchange hands. Anything's possible, but it's really the time to do this is before the two parties sign the lease, right?
Ideally, except these are living documents and they're frequently amended. I mean, the existing lease that Captain Kidd's has dates back to 1976. It's got 5 amendments. We've got, so as things changed, either the previous owner, previous one to the city was Decron. Decron would go to the tenant, or the tenant would go to Decron. They'd say, we need this, we need that, and they negotiate a modification of the lease. Sometimes the rent changes, sometimes the configuration of the site changes.
Okay,
I
think we've heard you guys and your concern about the wiggle room here, but let's get to the vacancy conversation, please.
Okay. One thing I did want to make a comment on, which is there's a common practice to give free rent essentially instead of TI. So you just basically, so in the case of Joe's Crab Shack, you say, well, we'll give you, pick a number, 6 months, 9 months, free rent, why they improve that building for what they're going to do. I don't know how much time, just a thought on it, just tossing that out.
You can, or sometimes you might be able just to do a pure percentage rent agreement on a very short-term basis like that. There may not be a base rent because it may be too risky for a tenant to do it. But as they generate revenue, say with special events or weddings that they partner, for example, with Portofino or Sinester, one of the other groups down there, as they make revenue, the city shares in that. We used to do leases for the summer with a skateboard camp down there where the skate park is right now. And that was a pure revenue sharing agreement because they never knew how many kids they were going to get. And so it was a pure 10% of the gross to the city. And it really helped us out because it activated that area. I mean, the bystanders love to watch it, and the kids, locals could be able to take their kids down there and learn how to skate.
Yeah.
So next slide. All right, this is just a reverse of the previous one. So next slide. All right, so tenant mix. A lot of people don't realize it, but down at Pier Plaza, the office component, we've got some very high-tech tenants, and they're pretty quiet, but it's fascinating stuff that they do. We've got Jariat Technologies. They've been down there since Pier Plaza was built. They used to be Sierra Monolithics. They were sold. They bought themselves back. They've been down there almost 40 years, same original owner. They used to design the original navigation system on the Global Hawk surveillance drones that we have now. Well, they were involved from the very beginning. They are very, very advanced, high-tech designing and now manufacturing company. So they're our largest tenant down there. They pay $25,000 a month. They occupy 2 spaces. It's about almost 12,000 square feet of office space. So they're a great tenant, very interesting tenant. What's terrific about having tenants like that is that their employees are very highly paid. And when they go out to lunch, they go out to the local restaurants, they bring their families down and show them where they work. So it really feeds a lot of other tenants down there. Advanced Arm Dynamics, the original founder of that is in Palos Verdes. And they are considered, if not one of the top couple of designers and manufacturers of upper body prosthetics. And for example, a new arm will cost about $400,000. One of their big clients is the Defense Department, of course, and the technology that goes into that, being able to connect that up to your nerves, where you can actually think through how to make it operate is absolutely fascinating. So this is their headquarters. They're at Pier Plaza. They've been a long time tenant down there. And then Gung Ho Online Entertainment. That's the North American subsidiary. This is their headquarters for North America. Now they've only got 15 employees, but still they're headquartered here in Redondo Beach. They're a subsidiary of Gung Ho out of Japan, which has got a couple of thousand employees in Tokyo. And one of their big investors used to be SoftBank, one of the world's largest hedge funds out there. So, they're an interesting tenant as well. And a lot of people don't realize what sort of high-tech tenants we have there at Pier Plaza, right on the beach.
How many people are each? I heard Gung Ho. I didn't hear for the other two.
Advanced Arm, I don't know how many employees they've got. They've got about 2,500 square feet or so. So it's the owner, and I think it's his top staff. They've got manufacturing facilities in Texas, for example, and a couple other places around the country.
And Jariat?
Jariat's got an Orange County operation down there, but this group up here is their engineers.
But how big?
One space is 7,000 feet. They've got the entire building, building 103, and then they've got another 4,000 square feet in building 123.
Do you know how many employees?
I don't know how many employees. They're very restrictive because of the work they do as to being able to go through the space. They need to know who it is in advance and what are they in there for. And
do they have skiff space?
What's that?
Do they have skiff space?
I'm not aware that they have. I would doubt it. Skiff infrastructure is pretty intense.
So it's not classified. It's not compartmented.
Decades ago, when they first started, they were on that list. And I'm not an Air Force guy. I'm a former Army guy. Okay, so I'm not that smart. But they were on that short list of national assets where if something happened, a big earthquake, or they had a special team assigned to go to that location and secure it because of that technology that they're working on with the original Global Hawks. So the city didn't know it, but that was going on right, down there at Pier Plaza. So it's pretty interesting. Now, one of the things that we tried to do when the city first hired us is, you remember the old courthouses down there? Okay, it was courthouses and, court attorneys. I mean, it was bleak. I mean, the place was painted perfectly, gray and when they moved out, it just had this, I don't know how to describe it, but it was almost like a prison. In fact, one of the courthouses actually had a holding tank, which is where the Savoir-Faire International Immersion School is right now. They actually have the drunk tank still in there. So their big joke is that's where they put the kids when they're bad, but I mean, they don't, but they took that building. So one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to activate Pier Plaza and make it a little more fun, a little more active, have some noise down there and some activity instead of just these grim court rooms. And I think we've more than achieved that. We've got Savoir-Faire Immersion Preschool, which just doubled in size. They are terrific down there. We've got First Steps for Kids, which is an educational organization for kids that are struggling with with communication or learning. I wouldn't call them disabilities, but I think it runs the whole span, the whole spectrum of different issues like that children can run into. Open Lines Communication is a very high-end group that's opening up an office here. They're in New York right now, which teaches public speaking, advanced therapy for people that have had, for example, throat surgery or other illnesses that may affect their cognitive ability to be able to speak more effectively or their physical ability to be able to speak effectively. They're the ones that are working with Gensler right now. So they're just in the early planning stages. And then we've got Waterfront Education, of course, which just moved in right below us. They're gonna occupy space there until they have a more permanent location. So the reason I put that up there is just to show you the broad extent, at least from an office standpoint, of the different type of tenants that we have at Pier Plaza.
One quick question. So since it's going so well and it seems like it's going pretty well in Pier Plaza, why are we considering a hotel on there to raise it and then?
I'm not.
It's mainly the condition of the building itself.
Okay.
And if you're going to raise it and rebuild something, well, what do you want to see, right? World's your oyster at that point.
Yeah. All right.
So and then the other mix, we struggled with the tenants with a restaurant bar space and tenants with retail space. We've got, as you know, we've got restaurants down there. We've got bars that are sort of restaurants. We've got this great mix of tenants. International Boardwalk, I think you'll all agree, is completely different now than it was 10 years ago. I mean, much higher end tenants, much better food. I mean, I heard Sergeant Weiss talking, you still have the age-old problems of too much drinking and people parking their bikes down there and walking their dogs and things like that. But it's busier now than it has been in a long time. The goal, of course, is to wintertime keep that busyness going. And so I think a lot of the other big issues that the city's working on is going to accomplish that.
And weekdays.
And weekdays, definitely.
So this tenant mix is for that's for all the properties lumped together?
Yeah, that's for everything. I mean, Paddle House, for example, is obviously, the retail space down there, or Booze Treasures, or
you got that
Tony's
e-bike
Hats and
thing
things.
up on the
Is
Pier
it e-bikes?
Plaza, right?
Yeah, there's one of those, yeah.
So, so next slide.
Oh, yeah.
So annual revenue, we just wanted to throw that up there. Pier Plaza, when it's fully leased, and we're getting there, is going to be roughly $2 million or so. Fisherman's Wharf, International Boardwalk, in the marina. And those numbers, I haven't taken the time to go back to what they were 10 years ago, but just with the way the rental rates have gone, they're significantly higher. When we were first hired down at International Boardwalk, it was common to have a rental rate $1.10 a square foot or so. Now we're getting $2.25, $2.50, even $2.75 per square foot.
Sorry, are these the guaranteed minimums or these like,
These are the guaranteed minimums, then percentage rents are on top of that. So but that, as I said before, we always want to raise that guaranteed minimum because that gives the city breathing room in case something happens, economic downturn.
And you do market rent surveys, right? Or you receive those, right? So
I've got it.
Up the being in. And is that so we're getting, like you said, like 225, 275. So that's in the ballpark basically.
Yeah. Yeah, so Boardwalk Candy, for example, the older owners are retiring, they're selling, and we're getting an extra 25 cents per square foot with the new tenant that's moving in. Barley Vibes was here in front of you some time ago when they expanded and took the space next to them. They're paying $2.75 a square foot. We were able to get a little bit higher rental rate because there were so many other small breweries that were interested in that space, and Barley Vibes naturally wanted to protect their business down there, and they were willing to pay a little bit more on it. So one of the key things to keep in mind with city-owned real estate, particularly yours here in Redondo Beach, and a real estate developer is that a real estate developer can and will tolerate a higher level of vacancy than what the city would want. And the reason is they need those rental rates higher. And so they will not do leases sometimes if they can't get those higher rental rates. That's how they value their properties. That's how they refinance their properties. They may have existing loans with loan covenants in them that won't allow them to do rents less than a certain amount, or they'll be in default to their loan. The city looks at this as cash flow. You're not trying to make these properties worth more than they are. You're not going to sell them to an outside investor. You're not going to be refinancing them. There's no debt on them. And so you want cash flow. So you can afford to go a little bit below market. I mean, I've got a saying that you're better off being $1 a square foot less than market than 5 cents over. Because if you're 5 cents over, you're not going to lease anything. If you're less than market, at least you're getting something.
Yeah, we still have the upside, so.
Yeah, well, that's right. And then you've got a tenant that usually, hopefully, if you do a good job and they do well, they'll stick around and you can, build on those rents as time goes on. So a lot of thought goes in.
This is annual projected?
Pier Plaza, we're getting 250, pushing 275 a square foot.
I'm talking about this slide.
Oh, that slide? Pier Plaza is projected when it's, the other 10% is leased and we roll over a couple more of those month to months, we'll be $2 million a year gross.
So when I add these up, it's 4.7 million. When I add these up, it's 4.7 million.
3.74, yeah, it's 4.7 million.
So what do we budget for in the budget? The current budget, is it way below this now? Are we seeing big
There's
upside?
expenses that come out of this.
Yeah.
So the net is.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying from a revenue perspective, have you already built this into the budget or are we somewhat below this?
I would say the projection's a little bit lower than this. We were just being conservative because we've got a few vacancies out there. Joe's Crab Shack being vacant for quite a while at this point. So we built in a conservative approach for the budget, but Brian, being the leasing agent that he is optimistic that.
And this is projected base, right?
Minimum base.
Minimum, yeah.
So there's upside on this.
Right.
Yeah, and because those numbers are based on what we're already getting from new leases. So that's why when we roll over some of the existing leases, we're projecting those rents to continue to go up.
Do you have a projection, what you think realistically we'd get if we looked at performance today? You say that they're all outperforming their base. Would this jump another million or 2 million or
I'd be guessing. I'd be guessing. Property management would be a better source of that sort of data.
Can you say what actuals were for last year, or is that?
with some research.
Confidential.
Yeah. No, I mean, we could. It's all public record.
I'm just looking at, we've been running, last year we ran at a deficit in the harbor. Does this bring us on the plus?
It gets us better. Not the plus, but it helps.
Okay.
I had a question. I took this slide and then I divided it by your previous slide that had the square footage.
Don't catch me on the rounding errors here.
Well, basically dollars per square foot came out much better at Fisherman's Wharf than the marina. Is that because of the gross sales? Is that the difference? There's the base.
The tenants are different out there. Fisherman's Wharf, Tony's is the big tenant out there and they're 3,800 square feet. That's small compared to the tenants out there at the marina. Are you talking about On the Rocks, Ruby's,
I'm just trying to
Sambas?
make sense of the big difference.
What exactly are you looking
Well, like
at?
Fisherman's Wharf, I divided 660 divided by 12,000 square feet. Comes 54, and then on the marina, it was, same math comes to 17. So,
I got those numbers from property management. I don't know their exact methodology, so they may be including the percentage rents.
okay, yeah, I guess my main question was, are the base rents relatively similar? And so the difference would be the gross receipts that we get?
Percentage rents.
The percentage, okay.
Yeah. And our percentage rents run from about 8%, depending on the tenant, to 12%.
Okay. So that's probably the gross difference.
Yeah.
Are you looking at the square footage on a monthly basis versus the annual, or are you,
His previous slide.
Yeah, and also,
I don't know, we can't make it.
It was just the total square foot, so if you were fully leased out.
you'd think the number would be like 225, you're getting $1 per square foot per month.
Yeah, so the difference is the percentage.
Yeah, no, I agree. But you said it was 50, like 54.
Yeah.
I was thinking it would be a number more like $2.50 kind of thing per square.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know.
In the Fun Factory area, we had been
square
doing
foot.
engineering
Per square foot per
retrofit
month,
and
right.
improvements under the pier. Is that complete? Is the Fun Factory now ready to go, or?
Okay.
No. So that work is ongoing. They're using the Fun Factory space as a staging area and to access the structure to the south of it. So the work's actually going to that south side parking structure. To be honest, part of the leasing strategy is, now that we know what work we've been doing on that south side, what do we need to do at the Fun Factory if we wanted to get grand in scale, right? But knowing what it is currently, we know that we can just fill Fun Factory space with a bunch of uses, make it look really nice, do a bunch of TIs and facade improvements, and structurally it'll be fine. It's just, do we want to add more to it than that?
And you've got the Fun Factory and I forget what it's called, the Fun Factory Seafood right next door. Can that space be broken up into smaller spaces, or does it have to remain, two big?
You can break it up into 12, 14, 2.
So you've got a study coming up. Obviously, I hope they're looking at the traffic going to the skateboard park. I mean, that seems like a good spot for a skate shop or something like that, if you can take a little corner.
So this is very preliminary right now, so leasing's not directly involved in it. I know the city is taking the lead, but there's
but
quite a bit of interest on that space.
I do want your comments on that though today.
Look at the new people we have down there. Let's sell them something.
Yeah. Like a skateboard support shop.
I mean, we got tacos and slices of pizza, which is a good start.
Yeah.
Breweries, some microbreweries. I mean, there's a mini arcade. I mean, not a Fun Factory, but
You could do an ode to what was there.
Yeah, well, or some kind of activity, because that's not one of the categories right here. But like electric go-kart, whatever. But some type of an activity that goes in there.
It's also great to hear you have so many. I didn't realize how much office space there was, and I didn't realize how long term it was. That's great to hear. Are existing tenants aware of the space we have coming up? Do they have a friend looking for a spot? Are they looking for a spot for a special project or something? do our existing tenants know about these spaces?
We communicate frequently with them. You know, for example, we've got a brochure for Joe's Crab Shack that is available online. We also have hard copies that we can email out, but we always send to our tenants.
Great.
New vacant space that's available.
And they do talk to each other out
Well, I
there.
mean, if there's
They
somebody
do,
that's been
yeah.
happy there for 40 years, geez, you'd think, he might know somebody else would be happy.
No, I think that's a
Anyway,
real good point.
That's
For any
That's
of them,
it for my
it'd be a
questions.
really
Thanks.
good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions so far? Oh, so we're moving along, right? Still, you're not done with your presentation, are you?
We got one more slide after that.
We do.
And that's just, this is just some of the resources and the marketing metrics that we've got. So we already talked about Redondo Beach leasing. I would encourage you to go to that website. It's either .com or .net, either one works. Also CoStar, LoopNet, all of our listings are up on that. We invest a lot of money in research and analytics, just so we know what's going on both in the immediate market and in Southern California and nationally. And then Constant Contact is who we use to reach out to the businesses and the brokers. We've got a database, probably about 4,000 different restaurant users, retail users, all of their facilities people, their real estate people, and brokers that we frequently reach out to keep them apprised of what we're working on here.
Okay. Thank you so much, I guess. And you wanted input from us on some creative ideas that could maybe fit in some of these things.
Yeah, I mean, it might be as simple as more restaurants. I'm not putting that in your, but is there anything that you think is lacking use-wise that we can direct Brian to go seek out and to see if we have a fit?
Chair.
Yes.
So just a couple to get this started. So Fun Factory,
I'll go to that.
I believe, my personal thoughts on that are, one, a skate shop next to the new skate park, maybe a small snack place so they can, because they're running around looking for water and sodas.
Sure.
And, going into the bars to buy a soda, I don't think is the best thing for kids to go do. And then the remainder of the site, the majority of the site, I still think we're missing a kids' activity on our pier. And I think a lot of people miss the old arcade. And so for that specific place, I think those are the three uses that I would put in that spot.
So 3 kind of distinct tenant spaces with 3 doors. You've got maybe a corner one that's your
Unless the skate shop also has the snack shop, but that
Right.
doesn't seem like that's not a normal mix.
Yeah, but I like the idea of a kids' activity because that's, the Fun Factory was a draw. People liked it.
And that's the kind of thing too, is you can, with that kind of direction, he can kind of let the market get creative and see what comes at Brian, in terms of who has the ideas for, you just tell him, we want to do an ode to what used to be there. It doesn't have to be an arcade, but something kid-centric, and let the ideas roll in,
For the Samba site, I'd hate for that whole thing to be a giant bar.
Right.
So I think, a mixture of fine dining and maybe evening, like nightclub type of activity, maybe like the old Red Onion used to be or something like that.
Yeah.
Or what was it, the Blue Moon? Before?
The Blue Moon, yeah.
Something like that versus just a giant bar or a mix of bars. Then it would compete with International Boardwalk. I already feel like we get a lot of drinking, but I'm open to other ideas. It's just my first shot at that. What was the other area that you were looking at? Pier Plaza's
Joe's
got the
Crab
other
Shack.
openings?
Yeah, Pier Plaza, I mean, what we're seeing there, obviously it's the office space, right? And Brian did a good job of kind of breaking down within the office space, it's tech, but it's also, we got a school there, we got, the waterfront education.
I think any of those uses, I just don't think, we've seen restaurants go in and out of there.
Yeah, it's a tough
And
spot.
It's a tough spot to attract people to because it's just hard to find. I think the only reason people go up there for an eating perspective is locals who know they can park right up there for Kincaid's. But every other place seems to have, failed pretty quickly up there.
Could you go one further on the slides? I want to show the analytics. After that, Flip forward a couple.
That one?
Another one. Another one. Another one. There we go. Okay, so to your point about what sort of people we're seeing, this is our analytics from our Pier Plaza listing. And this goes back, this is 1 year's worth of views. And so in the last 30 days, we've had 635 separate people, logins, that have looked at just Pier Plaza 2,157 times. So we're getting a robust amount of views on this. And that bar graph goes month by month by month. So you can see we keep these listings fresh and we get a lot of eyeballs on it each time. Now go one page past this. All right, this doesn't show it, but for every one of those logins, we get data on that. We get the company that logged in, unless it's blocked, we get who the person is. And so we've got that contact info. And it's pretty interesting to see who looks at Pier Plaza, because they're coming to us, they're coming to our website to look at this. And so we've got, Microsoft, Hyatt Regency, I don't know if they're looking at a, office space or something like that to support their other operations around here. We actually were talking with SpaceX a couple of years ago for some space. They had a group of engineers that they wanted to get away from Hawthorne because these were the ones that were working on stuff 20 years from now, and they just needed to get away where they could be quiet and just really brainstorm out there. So we're getting this terrific, eclectic, different group of people that we can actually track and get a sense of who it is that's looking down there. But we've got all that data. So we look at that, and where appropriate, where we think somebody might be a good mix, we'll reach out to them and see if they can come down, take a look at the space, or if we could send them something else.
So you're advertising it as office space now?
For Pier Plaza.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I'm talking
Yes.
about.
That makes a
Pier
lot of
Plaza
sense.
vacancies. So I mean, from that perspective, I do think the tech industry is a good one to target.
Yeah.
Because if they go to the office there, which would be the hope if they're renting it, then I think they're more apt to go down and spend money in the harbor area, where some of the other nonprofit stuff, I'm not sure that would generate that same buzz and income.
Vitality, right?
And we're seeing that now where companies that had larger office space, say like 5,000 or 6,000 square feet, and half of their people don't want to come back to work or do a long commute, we're seeing them start to open smaller offices closer to where people live. That benefits us. I mean, we've seen steady over the years, from Santa Monica, high tech and entertainment type companies like Gung Ho Entertainment, for example. They came out of El Segundo, with those office buildings down there. They just wanted to get, a little bit smaller office, a little bit closer to where they live. So we're benefiting from some of these trends out there.
And I know there's a number of industry partners that I worked with when I was working that would love to open up a Redondo office, but our office space is run down, but they want bigger. They want a sizable facility, Class A, to move into.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to add that one thing we might want to rethink is I'm having some money put aside for tenant improvement, because that does amortize it out anyway, just as long as when it pens out, okay, right? We can still.
I just think Pier Plazas are short-term use because the buildings are rotting out, and we're going to have to do something. And at that point, you can determine but I think.
What is the year, what is the horizon that we've put on Pier Plaza?
Well, I mean, what we're doing in terms of maintenance, it can go on in perpetuity. It's just a matter of, do we want to, Yeah.
And the other problem with it is, I think once you rebuild a new structure, I think all these are grandfathered in, because I don't think you'd be able to put non-visitor serving commercial in the coastal zone at that spot, because that's not what the last zoning that was a Measure G didn't say that for there.
Right.
So I think once you build a new building, you're going to be restricted to
And it's just one of
visitor
those things
serving commercial and things like that.
it was just kind of poorly designed. It wasn't even supposed to be office. It was supposed to be restaurants and retail. And because there was no access to the water, there's no stairway down to the beach, there's no connection points. it's just an odd place to travel to from a car even, that it just kind of fell into what it is today. And we're lucky that it's 90% occupied, to be honest with you. But it's not, in my opinion, it's not the right long-term use.
Although it's generating 2 million a year, so so if you put a hotel there, you would get more revenue?
I would think so, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because you get TOT. Plus, it fits with the zoning.
Yeah. You can get restaurants and stuff associated with the, hotel.
That to me was one of the only redeeming values of Center Cal was their idea of a hotel in that location and rebuilding the parking structure.
Yeah.
Because, because
we had 3 resort owners that wanted to do that.
they were paying for the parking structure. And that's really the one part that if we could just magically cut out and revive, that would be it. Because it would solve a couple of the
And you'd have
potential issues.
You'd have people out there on the weekdays patronizing the pier, International Boardwalk. They'd be walking around because they're staying there overnight.
Spending money.
Right.
So the nice thing about Pier Plaza, as opposed to just a vacant piece of land, is you're monetizing it now. The tenants and their visitors go and they eat at the restaurants in the surrounding area, so they feed the other tenants, with their revenue. And so you could take your time to be able to fully develop what you want to ultimately do long term. And in the meantime, you've got an active, fun Pier Plaza that's full of tenants.
Yeah, so my recommendation there is tech industry.
Focus on tech.
Yeah.
Focus on tech, yeah.
Are there any other areas you wanted us to focus on? I think those were the 3, right?
Yeah, I think that was it.
For tactical.
Right.
If I could go back to the Fun Factory.
Yeah.
The one thing my grandchildren and their parents take them to that I always scratch my head, but seems to work for them is these, they're not Chuck E. Cheese places, but they have play dates at
Indoor playground.
indoor playground things. I guess my point is that there are other modalities than an arcade.
Sure.
What's the ceiling height in there?
Oh, boy.
Because I had all these ideas.
I
and
think
then realized
18?
It's 18?
It's pretty tall.
Yeah.
It's
Parking
pretty tall.
structure.
Oh, yeah.
Climbing wall. But yeah, there are other modalities for children if you want to try to incorporate something that kind of fits the same age group and whatnot of arcade, some of it a little lower age and whatnot. As far as the skate, shop, it'd be great actually if it was a skate, bike, rollerblade, whatever shop that incorporated a number of them, since it's getting traffic from all those things going by there.
I'm sure there's, shops that would do all 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll pile on and say, you mentioned tech and offices. I've been part of starting a couple of small businesses. I've never gotten my friends to consider something so far from the freeway. So that's back to traffic plan.
Right.
For the Fun Factory area, I like the idea of, cashing in on what's already there and trying to get, cash in on the skate park. For Sambas, Jim, you've always liked the market hall idea. And maybe we could experiment with that in Sambas. If Sambas is a great kitchen, maybe you do something where you have like 4 or 5 pop-up restaurants all working out of one kitchen, feeding the front. I know there's, in the old Mama D's location down at like Avenue D on PCH, there's like some kind of open kitchen concept coming in. I've seen the sign. I don't know if it's open yet or not.
I don't think so. Not
Maybe
yet.
something like that. And I've always been sort of disappointed. We had the cooking competition on the pier that's on the Food Network and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Man, those are top flight chefs. A thing I would love to see down there is, we've got great seafood restaurants, then we've got kind of some older restaurants that, prime rib, baked potato.
Right.
I'd love to see
some other genre.
one of those chefs that's on television, with a space down there.
And there's restaurant concepts where they bring in like Italian moms.
Yeah,
And they bring in different ones each month to cook their home built.
It just seems like those new restaurants you're reading about in the LA Times aren't coming south of LAX. And I wish we could get him down here somehow. There's a new Guisado's, an uptown taco place in Hermosa. And I was talking to the owner in there one day, and he's like, I didn't know there was beach south of Venice. He's like, this is great. People, it's clean, it's safe. People here have money. He was unaware of this whole area. So one thing I would throw out to, and I threw this out to Stephen Proud a couple of years ago and I've forgotten about it. There's a thing called a night market, which is like a pop-up, temporary restaurant pavilion. We could do something like that on our parking lot in the wintertime when things are dead down there. And that might get more people and more eyes and some newer restaurants down here and help to market the place. Don't know.
That's a really good
But
idea.
if Samba could somehow be an experimental market hall now and see how we like it.
I'm open to that. My big thing is, they've got a huge open area that's meant to be for events, right? And then they got the restaurant side. It's almost like two different uses mashed together. And I was looking for something that would optimize both. That's why I came up with the nightclub or, a restaurant / nightclub together, because you get kind of both elements. But and you could put bands in there, but I don't know how much that would compete with without, the On the Rocks, the surf club concept is. And do you want two of those side by side plus Brixton's, whatever that ends up being, plus Starboard Latitude? And there's already a bunch of bands coming
Project
down.
Barley's got some live music too. Yeah.
Naja's always has
Yeah.
live music. Slip had live music this past weekend.
Right.
So that's why I came up with that idea. But my main thing was not just a bar. I'm open to anything food-wise that mixes food in there.
Gotcha.
I think there was one concept of multiple craft beers in one place. I kind of feel like Naja's and other places do that. So I just don't want the thing to turn into Pier Plaza.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Commissioner Curzon.
Fun Factory, I should give this a lot more thought, but some ideas that came to my mind are on the kid element that could tie into some of the skate park folks too. But there's a place called Shoot 360 where they call them cages. It's just these little stalls and just all electronic. You get a stall for half an hour and it runs through all these different programs that you can run through and shoot hoops. I imagine there's probably similar things for skill development with little bays for soccer. I know there's, I think it's like training facilities where they have this for, same idea, little stalls, but with an instructor. And there's like for surfing, there's skiing. So you can practice your skiing, snowboarding technique in the off snow months. And I was just thinking, those types of things might fit well even for temporary if we're not looking for if you're looking for something that's not going to need to put a lot of infrastructure in and it's more just these kind of bay areas. And then if you've got parents dropping off their kids and now they're hanging out for 30 minutes an hour and they're
walking around.
Right,
yeah.
So there's one up in North Redondo.
The Shoot 360.
No, there's a high-tech sports training facility.
Oh, really?
I think it's called High Velocity.
Yep. Next to Northrop.
And it's that kind of thing with the electronic type of things?
It doesn't necessarily, I don't know about having
I know there's like trainers.
But this is trainers. Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's trainers, but I was thinking more of these bays where you rent them out for.
I don't know anything about
The only thing I'm concerned about is we're supposed to put visitor serving commercial, and that caters to resident.
That's resident, yeah.
And higher end.
So
what if we could probably compromise and say, one of the elements should be kid focused, activity.
Yeah, I think so.
Kind of keep it general.
Rather than
but,
say it's,
right.
because it could be a merry-go-round,
Right.
But something kid-focused that's for fun, because that's a missing element. And I still say we ought to take advantage of having a skate park there and get some sales from a little skate related store, not just skate. They could do bikes and rollerblades and stuff like that too. I mean, I'm surprised we don't see rollerbladers down in the skate park, but I wouldn't be, I saw a kid with a bicycle there.
I've seen them.
I've seen it a couple times.
BMX bike. I mean, I think we could probably, and then a snack shop right next to it, so kids aren't running all over, riding their bikes all over the pier just to get a drink of water or a Coke.
They could sell paint for graffiti.
Have the paint removal right
Yeah.
next to
Oh,
it.
yeah, paint removal, I said.
So Commissioner Carlson actually got me thinking, but on a slightly different line, when you started talking about a market hall, there's the European concept where people go and there's all these different stalls, where it's almost like a farmer's market. But if you did that with Joe's Crab Shack, I mean, it's a little disjointed from everything, but I wouldn't think it would require much infrastructure or much modernization or anything if there were some kind of a think European market, or / permanent type farmer's market kind of facility. Just throwing it out there, something that wouldn't really require a lot of infrastructure changes to Joe's Crab Shack would definitely be temporary.
Right, because the horizon for Joe's Crab Shack isn't that long, and so, right? Yeah.
We definitely need something that's temporary, but that doesn't mind the fact that the building's not up to par, right?
See, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. To be honest, we're looking into uses like that, exploring it at least.
I just see from a farmer's market perspective, we have two, and I think people don't mind the outdoors.
Well, they probably don't, but would it be a plus to give them a permanent location that was actually Monday through Friday with more than 1 or 2 days? I don't know. Like I said, inclement weather then doesn't become so much of an issue. You're talking about a space that is hard to market for other uses. This would be a use that wouldn't require much, if any, upgrades or whatnot.
Make sure the bathrooms work and,
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to that, I just question the feasibility.
Well, yeah. I do too. Any other ideas on like Joe's Crab Shack? That's a tough one.
To me, that's a write-off. We got to just focus on knocking it down and building this education facility.
One of those Halloween pop-ups maybe, and that's it.
Spirit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's something. Yeah, Halloween pop-ups. There were Christmas trees, right?
Halloween maze.
Oh, Halloween maze.
Year-round.
All right.
That's not
Well,
bad.
that's what New York, that's what Long Beach did. They used, I don't know if they still do it, but they had a big Halloween thing.
A haunted house.
That would just run for
Months.
8 weeks. Well, it seemed like 8 weeks, a couple months.
Look,
And
I used to drive the neighborhood kids down there, and I'd get tasked with picking them all up at 1 in the morning when they left the Queen Mary. And
If we're thinking outside the box like that, I mean, there's escape rooms you could put in there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna
And there's
mention
also
that.
VR.
Yeah.
Like I've done the couple Star Wars VRs where you don't actually see, other than the entrance, you don't see what you're going through because you got goggles on. So all you need is walls that duplicate what they're seeing in the goggles.
Yeah.
And it has to be reconfigurable because they keep moving different
Right.
models through. So you don't need a kitchen for any of that, and
Yeah.
could
So,
keep them off that balcony that's falling apart. And I mean, if we're thinking outside the box for a short, and those are designed to be short-term type uses because you can't have the same thing there forever or it'll peter out.
they peter out, exactly. Now, that's a really good idea.
So that's an outside the box if you can find that, but I wouldn't spend $1 zillion trying to attract that to it.
No, but floating the idea somehow, you know, that there's a low rent option for your
Well,
VR.
young people would come down to the harbor to do that.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, look, I drove from here to Anaheim to do stupid Star Wars VR. Not stupid, it was a lot of fun.
I mean, to be honest, this is part of the process. We come up with ideas and we put it out there and it gets crickets. We go, okay, well, that didn't really work.
So do you want to, are you just looking for, we're shotgunning ideas, or do you want us to make a motion and?
No, this is a discussion, so I don't need a motion. This is really just us hearing you out. I'm getting a general consensus, at this point. We've got office up in Pier Plaza, but focus on tech. Samba's, obviously it's like a restaurant / nightclub.
Some kind of food, but not just a bar.
Not just a bar, potentially like a pop-up experiment, food hall type thing.
A high-end something or something.
Fun factory, I'm hearing skate shop, snack shop, non-alcoholic kind of snack shop, and then a kids activity, whether that be an ode to what was there previously or some kind of new concept. And then Joe's Crab Shack, we've got outside the box thinking with an escape room, VR, but then also just kind of like, well, maybe we just keep it as like a dining hall for food trucks or for a farmer's market where everyone uses the bathroom in the inside and outside. Like we can kind of get creative on a truly temporary situation where we're not putting too much money into Joe's.
Trucks, you don't even need to go inside.
Right, well, but you could be just tables where people could eat if there was inclement weather.
Right.
And it does attract a bunch of people down.
Sure.
So.
But you get good food
Definitely
trucks.
short term and not.
Yeah, easy for them to move out, you know, yeah. So I think I got what I
So
need.
the one other area, Greg, that is the burr up my butt is pad 2, because I see it there every time I go out there. We're doing nothing with it. And it's just screaming for,
Development.
a good restaurant or even a bar out over the sea.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't understand why we let that fallow. It's wasted space, and it's premium space. It's out over the water. You don't have much of that. None of the other beach cities have commercial venues over the water.
You want to talk about something that's an opportunity site and has the least amount of hair on it? It's a blank slate.
Yeah. Now, the only side I don't know is what's the city's cost of running utilities to them.
Sure, yeah, I mean, we'd have to do all that study.
That part
yeah.
I don't know, but it just seems it's the elephant in the room. There's a blank slate for somebody to go in. You could give them the longest term lease you want because we're never going to build something else out there.
Right.
That's the only place we're allowed to add development, add beyond what's currently on the pier.
Right.
Per our current LCP.
And why has it sat so vacant for so long?
The city just hasn't done anything with it. There's been no impetus.
I know when I was on council, we were trying to get somebody to show some interest in some of the vacant areas out there, and we had a heck of a time. Now, I don't know the particulars. To be honest, all I know is what staff was telling us, right? Secondhand knowledge. I have no idea what type of rent or lease terms they were offering, and, it could have been that they were asking way too much. But I do know that they were trying to fill some of those empty spaces out there on the pier and just didn't get any takers. But by all means, throw the hook in the water.
Yeah.
Okay, the thing that I have that's quite a mixed metaphor, is we don't have the little lights now. I can't see who wants to ask a question. It's really, I know, it's really disoriented. All right, is there any other question or any other ideas that anybody has? Yes?
Get the public in.
Oh, yes. Any public participation, and thank you, James.
Let's see.
Wait a minute.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, by the way. That was great.
Brian.
I really-
Okay, no, I
by the way,
appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, and let's do that some more often, because I liked it, Yeah. It's
Mark Hansen, King Harbor Boater. I was really pinging off of the things you were saying, a lot of great concepts you guys were kind of coming up with. A good pizza place. I've thought about this for a long time. I don't know that we have a kind of an upscale pizza place. One that comes to mind is BJ's. So there's one for any of these locations. Fun Factory, really pinging off the things about Matt's grandkids, and everybody seemed to want to do something more for the kids down there to replace what we used to have kids stuff. So thinking about my grandson and things that we do and would be fun. And a couple of them I thought of is slot car racing.
just gonna say that.
Or radio control car racing. Kids love that. And I kind of like getting away from the video game stuff as much as possible, so here's something a little more, mechanical.
And I think like the world championship of slot car racing is in El Segundo or something like that. That's a big competition. I don't know if it's
called
US or.
Electric Dreams, and me and my grandson have been out there racing around. Absolutely, yes, really fun. And then just an offshoot of that I thought about is radio control speedboat racing, okay? Some of the guys down at the club have them, and they just have a ball with those things. And it's just kind of a special connection to the harbor, and just even more special than the car racing. What kid wouldn't love being handed a radio control with a speedboat going around? Of course, volunteers, out there.
Where would you put that, Mark?
Oh, in the Fun Factory. I mean, there's just zillions.
So you put a little pond in there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, kids would go nuts over that. Yeah. Then can you tell I'm still a kid at heart? That's why you have grandkids, so you can keep playing with all the toys. Samba's talking about the food, a couple things. We were mentioning multiple types of food. A turnkey operation would be Brews Hall, okay? They've got one in the Hermosa Plaza, and they have one at Torrance at Del Amo, and they have the Herd hamburgers, they have Lopez's Mexican food, they have chicken the way you like it, and they have fish and chips. So 4 of them, you contract with one guy, and they come in and get you 4 foods in there.
Do they work out of one kitchen, or is there 4 kitchens?
Do not know. Don't know. Never been back to the kitchen.
A fair question.
Then thinking about, can I steal another few seconds from you?
Yeah, motion, I interrupted him. So.
Second. Yeah.
Motion, yeah.
Kind of thinking about what Commissioner Light was saying about, some kind of nightclub, over at the Samba site, because I got that big room. And 2 things that occurred to me, dance hall, okay? People are into their dancing, are really into their dancing, and that's a nice big room where you could do that. And related to that would be a jazz club, okay? Those people, again, the swing dancers and the jazz clubs, and I don't know that we have anything around that here. You have to go way up to LA to the Cicada Club for anything like that. Those people are committed. They love this stuff.
They do, yeah.
Then finally, on the Joe's site, I think we're all kind of figuring out we might not be able to do too much with that until we do our real thing. But Julie Call has mentioned, various times that she'd be willing to move into there and just do the minor modifications, required to make it safe, and start teaching out of there, right now. And I have no idea if CSULB Shark Lab would be interested in something like that. But my thought there is to kind of get started with the concept, right? Instead of just, us coming in, just all of a sudden out of scratch, build a big building and starting. Here we could kind of be experimenting with the area and maybe learning something by having those folks over there as temporary tenants. Oh, I hope those helped.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, those are great ideas.
Any online?
Yes, is there anyone online? Any news?
There's no e-comments and no attendees.
All right. Okay, at this point, we're moving on to the director's report.
Right, I do have a few items for you today. So previous city council meetings, some work has been done. Recently, the ACAP on July 11th went to city council, and what essentially we did there, it's not waterfront related, but it's Greg Kapovich related, so I'm going to talk about it. It's been taking a lot of my time. It's an economic development opportunity. We're really trying to encourage less vacancy along Artesia and Aviation Corridor. The ACAP is what we call it. It identified restaurants and offices as preferred uses. So we're trying to attract more of them, make it a little bit easier for them to locate there. So what we did was we eliminated the conditional use permit requirement for restaurants to locate there. We're allowing for offices to locate in more tenant spaces on the ground floor, just to reduce that vacancy, kind of get some street life going.
Can I ask a question real
Yeah.
quick? When they eliminate the CUP requirement, is there set hours? Or the business can?
There's still an administrative use permit, so we've lessened it to where it's a staff level CUP, if you will. And yes, there's standard operating hours that are in there.
I'm wondering if we could explore that for the harbor to streamline some of this.
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah.
For certain businesses, it's certainly not
It's
noise
not a bad
related.
idea, yeah. It's not a bad idea. We'd have to identify what our preferred uses are. I think that would be kind of easy with this group, but then, look at what we can do and adjust the LCP and the municipal code to kind of streamline that a little bit. It's not a bad idea. We did the same thing. We're trying to create street life, more pedestrian atmosphere. So we're eliminating kind of processes that bog people down for outdoor dining and for A-frame signage and for blade signs, stuff that's more pedestrian friendly, pedestrian oriented. Develop the development standard that creates new development to create more open space. So we get the wider sidewalks and we get that extra space so that when redevelopment occurs, we're building up off of ourselves and there's even more opportunity for pedestrian oriented things. So that happened on July 11th. That got approved and it's effective as of right now. Tomorrow we're taking parking, a secondary text amendment for the ACAP, and we are creating flexibility in the parking requirements. It's one of those situations where the lots are shallow and narrow, and it makes it really hard to provide the parking that you need. And a lot of that stuff was developed before your typical parking standards were established. So you have a lot of nonconformity out there, which means nobody can do an addition because there's no way to do parking. And the way we have it set up is you have to provide it on site or it's just a no. So if you're a use that goes in and you have a higher parking impact than the previous use and you're not doing any work at all, the answer is a no because you're a restaurant going into where an office was. Likewise, if you actually want to improve the building and expand the square footage, it's also a no because there's no way around the situation. You can't provide the parking and it's just a flat no. What we're doing now is we're creating a use permit process where we're not saying no, we're saying we're listening, and you've got to provide backup documentation, studies, whatever it is to show that you're going to use valet parking, you're going to use mechanical lifts, you're going to actually ask for a reduction in parking. And you've got a study that shows that the demand is going to be less than what the city code is. You want to do shared or overlap parking where you share with a church that's primarily using it on Saturdays and Sundays, and you're in office using it Monday through Friday. There's that scenario. So it just opens up options, and it's not an automatic yes. It's we're listening, prove it to us, and we'll consider a use permit.
Does that go to the planning commission or just to the council?
To the planning commission, right?
Okay.
Right. So that's going tomorrow night for approval. On the 18th, we actually renewed the Redondo Beach Tourism and Marketing District. It's a hotel-centric district that taxes themselves, and they use that money to market and to try to gain more tourism and more, TOT tax. It's been really successful. It's been around for 5 years, and we just renewed it for another 10 years. So we've got that going for us. The Portofino Hotel just recently did an estoppel that was time-consuming, but it ended up well. They were changing their financing, and there's a process where we vet the new financing company, and then we actually have to go on the record and say that they are essentially, meeting all the requirements of their lease, and then they can actually go through with that finance change. So we did that. Some upcoming council items. There's a strategic plan goal to look into, investigate the possibility of creating a bid down at the waterfront, a business improvement district. This would be kind of in lieu of the associations that we have. It's primarily oriented towards the tenants of International Boardwalk. They've expressed interest, but nobody really knows the details of what does that mean, right? How many businesses would it take? How much would you have to tax yourself? What are the improvements you're even really looking for? What does that do to the existing associations? It's really just an exploratory phase where we go back to the tenants of International Boardwalk, kind of get those details ironed out of what it could look like, how it could be formed, how it would govern, all that good stuff. And they could then make a more educated decision on whether or not they wanted to press forward. And then we would take all of that information plus International Boardwalk's feelings about it and go to City Council and say, do you want us to pursue this any further, or do you want us to hold, or do you want us not to do it?
Is it limited to the International Boardwalk, or is it the pier? Is it the whole harbor, or?
Right now, it's just International Boardwalk, but what may result of this is, hey, there's only 13 businesses and you can't tax yourself enough to do what you want to do. And the answer might be it's too small of an area, so you may have to look into expanding. So it could grow. We just need to find information. So we're actually planning on taking that contract with a company called Civitas to do all that investigation for us on September 5th to City Council. Let's see here. Upcoming events. We've got September movie nights each Thursday at 7 o'clock. There was a handout, I think, that was provided to you guys. And there's the 18th annual Rods, Rides, and Relics show on October 1st from 10 to 3. It's a pretty cool car show, I hear. Some project updates. We do have a dredging project update. As you guys know, we've got some dredging happening or potentially happening, and the bid went out on July 20th. Tomorrow night, council is going to consider awarding the project to a company called Manson Construction. The good news is that this bid that came in at just over 2.9 million. And if you guys remember, we had originally slated 4.5 million for that project. So we're pretty excited with at least this initial quote.
And that's dumping it past.
And that's dumping it way outside the harbor.
Topaz Jetty?
Yeah. If the contract is awarded tomorrow night, the construction will start in January. It's about a 2 to 3 month process. It's right now it's scoped for 5 days a week, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. There's talk, and they are going to talk about this tomorrow, about extending the hours a little bit to shorten the time frame of the project from 2 to 3 months to, I don't know, shorter. And it wouldn't be like 24 hours. Instead of closing at 6 p.m., we'd let them go to 10 or 11 p.m. before they had to stop. Likewise, allowing them to operate on Saturday but take Sunday off still. Just little things to kind of speed it up a little bit. It'll be a topic tomorrow night. Noise-wise, this isn't like driving piles or anything like that. I mean, there's going to be the hum of like a diesel engine for sure. And then there's going to be that slap of the bucket hitting the water and going down. I have a feeling that's going to be a little noisy, but I don't think we're talking like anything super impactful. But, at night, noise volumes kind of, increase in terms of what's easily,
I think the Basin 3 fairway would be the one that would probably bug people the most.
Right.
This is probably an impossible question. I think I know the answer to this.
Sure.
Does our beach need sand after last winter's storms or the upcoming winter's storms? I think the ship has sailed on putting that sand anywhere, so we would put it into storage and then pull it out of storage if we did need it.
I mean, we've got our dumping site that's outside the harbor.
Yeah.
You're right. We wouldn't be able to dump it onto our beach right now because we would have to change our dredging permit with the Coastal Commission. And as you know, that takes like a year. So we wouldn't want to do that.
And well, I'm probably trying to remember how this happened because this was years ago and I think it was before your time. I think it was actually county lifeguards who measure the beach.
Okay.
And said the beach does not need sand.
Oh, okay.
There were times last year, but this was 4 or 5 years ago. Do any of you guys remember this?
Yeah. Well, I remember you talking about it.
So, I don't know. Maybe the beach does not need sand, but there were times last winter it seemed like it needed sand. And it seems like the way we would address it is putting it into the storage site and then calling it up when it's needed.
Right.
So, thanks. I answered my own question.
Yeah. Okay, so there's that. The green navigational light at the entrance to the harbor. So we have confirmed, our fire department did confirm with the Coast Guard that it's in their queue of things to do, but their queue is so long, they can't even give us an estimate of when they're going to do it. So unfortunately, I don't have timing, but I do have confirmation that they, 1, are aware, 2, have a to-do list, and 3, it's on it. That's all I got for you.
So to them, nothing is better than some reflective sign.
Right. They can't even get out there to do even a temporary measure.
So are you going to go out at night and hold a green light, flashlight up?
Yeah, well, that's why I called you here. Yeah, we're taking volunteers.
I had an update on the Harbor Patrol dock replacement, but Jason May kind of went into that today. We're like weeks away. Inspections are ongoing. It looks great. And then next, this is a new section of the director's report, and this is where I talk about the meeting for next month. We do have an agenda. I plan on having a couple items. We have a draft of the RFP for the boat launch. I've got a draft version going. I want to get that before you guys, before getting it to City Council. Once you and City Council kind of give your blessing on the wording of the RFP and the scope, we would then publicize it and try to get a firm out here to do the entitlements, design, studies, parking study, all that good stuff. We've got money set aside, $400,000 for this project. So the money's sitting there waiting for the design to happen. So we just got.
So is your goal to have our meeting and then go straight to the council, or will we have time to come back and give you?
No, the council would be at least 3 weeks behind you guys. So I would have time to make revisions before going to council.
The earlier you can get that to us, to review, the better.
Totally.
Where does pursuing grant funding for it, for the actual construction, where does that fit in?
Yeah, we've had a lot of talks with DBA, and they're verbally pretty committed to giving us money for the boat launch. Their grants cover permitting and construction, but not the parking study, traffic study, and entitlements.
Okay, but
So we'll
get that stuff done first and then you get the grant?
Right,
Or
so
you have the
there's
RFP in hand?
there's a timing, there's a timing component here. We've got kind of ongoing meetings where we give them updates of where we're at. When we have the consultants on board and they've done the conceptual designs, they've done the studies, and then with the studies information, have conceptual designs, and they start the entitlement process, which is going before this body, going before city council, doing all that stuff, community outreach. What's that?
Are you including the EIR in the entitlements process?
Yes.
And
Well,
coastal
the sequel
commission?
review, yeah.
And coastal commission approval?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So once we have those design components done, that gives us the green light to now, because we have concepts, submit for grant opportunities, which we've verbally been kind of awarded at this point.
You think they'll cover 100% of the construction costs?
I do.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's always been the hope / expectation, so
Yeah.
to speak.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It's the easiest conversation where I'm asking for money I've ever had. Like bar none. I mean, they want us to get this boat launch, right? So they're fronting the bill. So we'll talk about that. There's also a strategic plan item that council's given me where they want us to amend the municipal code specific to the waterfront to allow for electronic signage. Not neon signs, think more like video board, like reader board, that kind of a thing, right? Just something so that things are more easily changeable, if you will. When a tenant goes out, you don't have to replace the whole channel lettering. You've got, you guys know what I mean. So we'll look at that. And then finally, the planning department does have a couple of entitlements applied for down at the waterfront, a couple CUPs. Don't know if they're ready just yet, but we'll find out in a couple weeks. And if they are, they'll be on that meeting as well. So knowing what we're potentially talking about, I just want to get a gauge of, if anybody's going on vacation, not going to be here, we can kind of talk about that. I just want to make sure we have a quorum.
I think
Here.
I think I'm here.
Here. Okay,
Soccer,
cool.
can't leave
Oh,
for the next 3 months.
Matt's
Awesome.
stuck. Matt's here.
That completes my director's report.
All right, thank you. Oh, we have a question?
Sure,
Mr.
a
Light.
couple questions for you. You mentioned the webcams are getting put in soon.
For the skate park?
For the international board, the ones that you brought to us like a year ago.
Dining
And we
decks?
talked about them tonight, the webcams for like the skate park and international.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because there's some for International Boardwalk as well, right?
So
that's what I thought. The top deck was what we were talking about.
two different projects there.
Okay.
The skate park cameras are going in a couple weeks. That came out of, pivoting in terms of security and safety and working with PD and Public Works. We said, let's get some eyes, let's get some cameras on the skate park. The cameras for International Boardwalk and strategically around there, it's a capital improvement program project that's ongoing. IT and Public Works are taking the lead. IT's involved because the infrastructure is such that we need to improve our Wi-Fi, which is also another strategic plan item. So 2 birds, 1 stone. IT's looking at improving Wi-Fi holistically out there, which will then green light Public Works to put some web-based cameras strategically out there.
Any ETA on that?
No, but I will have an ETA for you at the next meeting. So I'll get with the IT director, get an update.
That wasn't really my intent was, from attracting people and generating excitement about our harbor here.
Right.
Making those public, at least some of them, would be a positive thing.
Totally
right? If you
agree.
could sit there and watch skaters doing their tricks on the park or, the International Boardwalk looking into Basin 3.
Sure, yeah.
So,
Great idea.
I don't know if that's in the plan, but that would, I think
that's
there's
something we
more
can-
uses than just administrative.
Once you have the internet and the camera, I think there's all kinds of possibilities, right?
We had talked about art on the skate park. Is that moving forward?
That is moving forward. It went before the Arts Commission, I want to say like a month and a half ago at this point, maybe just a month ago. And City Council blessed it. So now it's, I think they selected the art component. We're a couple months away, but it's only going to be a week to actually install. So progress, but not yet.
What's it going to consist of?
A painting?
Or I should say,
It's got to be.
What's the medium?
Yeah, it's got to be waterfront centric. It can't be, the desert
Well,
landscape.
there's some local people who've done some awesome jobs with tile. Some of the tile
DP mosaics, yeah, that did some work.
I don't think you can skate on, well, I don't think the mosaics would last long.
Well,
if
I'm
you
not
skate.
sure. I thought they were putting them on some of the walls.
It's going up in a week.
Yeah. Seabass Grow Out facility.
We're negotiating with Clark McNulty to get him under contract. Once that contract is approved, we've got the money in hand. He will help us design and procure and install. So
The city's going to procure and install? Or are they going to pay Clark to
it's
do
part
it?
of the negotiations. We've got enough money where he could do it, but it's a city project, so I could see Public Works taking the lead as well with Clark's kind of expertise in terms of planning, But we're negotiating, so we're figuring it out.
Okay. I happened to look at some of the music on the pier this year, and for some reason, it just seems more packed than I'm used to seeing out there. So that seems to, I don't know what happened, but I mean, the pier just looks packed. It amazes me, and I'm glad to see it. So I'm hoping it's buoying up sales, but whatever happened, it seems like it's working. And we got Ranch Life coming up, right?
September 22nd, 23rd, 24th.
Or Beach Life Ranch, whatever.
Beach Life Ranch is the country-ish music side of things. We have a kickoff meeting on Thursday with Alan and his team and city staff. Permits have already been issued. It's one of those things where, we're doing these installments now, not one after another, but we're pairing both 2023 events together. So he pulled all his permits for the first event. As long as it doesn't change anything, you can kind of keep those permits in place. There will be changes. It's just the way things go, right? So, but we're hoping that our building department is less impacted with less modifications, things like that. So, yeah, it's going.
And then the promenade, we've had several sub-working group meetings. When do you anticipate bringing that in front of the
So,
commission?
what we want to do is one more subcommittee meeting. I think we're at a point with the promenade in particular and likely Seaside Lagoon where we need to start talking about the community outreach.
That's going to be my next question, is Seaside Lagoon.
I mean, I think we're at a point with the subcommittee that they've heard us. We're at a good point where the community needs to chime in. So I want to do one more meeting, possibly in a couple weeks. I'll have to talk with SWA and Nuvis, our consultant, to get a timeline here.
I feel like we're closer on the promenade than we are. I haven't seen whatever came out of the inputs we gave at the last Seaside Lagoon.
That's what the next meeting would be. It would be, here's where we're at. As a group, do you think we're close enough to a point where we can go outward facing with this? If the answer is yes, then the rest of that meeting is talking about the outreach.
But the promenade, I felt, was pretty mature from our last discussion.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little more straightforward, I think,
It's a walkway with some amenities. So.
Yeah.
But I think there's some good things coming out of that would be exciting to get the public feedback on.
Absolutely.
So that's all I had. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else have any referrals to staff?
Our engineer with regards to the parking structure presentation.
Yeah.
When's that scheduled for?
You talking about Walker? The Walker?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So that's an integral part of our leasing strategy is, what's going on with the parking structure. However we write this RFP to select the broker or developer or the multiple RFPs to select these people to redo Pier Plaza is what's going on with that parking structure. It's a 60-year-old structure. Do you want to build a hotel that's supposed to last 75 years on a 60-year-old structure? There may be when you talk to the engineers, there's a want, there's always a possibility. You can engineer anything, you just got to throw enough money at it. But then as an operator, if you're the hotelier, do you want to put your new building on an old parking structure, right? So you got to feel that out a little bit. So
If the city's responsible, I'd say yes.
That's not really what I was talking about. No, exactly. You were going to bring in whoever had done the study of the health of the parking structure, because there are some very specific engineering tests that you can do with in situ concrete, reinforced concrete, whatnot in place to determine the interior state of affairs. How much corrosion, how much whatever. And you were going to have, because they've already done the theoretically the testing and analysis of the healthiness of the parking structure. And what I'd asked for was, well, could they come and actually explain what they did? And can we ask some questions and get a better understanding of what the state of the parking structure is?
Okay, I could reach out to them, see if they're willing to do that. I am about to get into contract with them for the project I just explained to you. So even if they decline, I can make sure that enters into their scope for that project, so they can come in and kind of give us a status overall of the health of the parking structure. Because they do know that south section very well. They don't know the Fun Factory section very well at all, is what I learned from my site walk with them last week or 2 weeks ago. So our scope is going to have them do the same kind of analysis for that one. And then together we'll have a healthy understanding of the entire structure.
And why would anybody really know some of the intricacies of this? But there are a number of different non-destructive testing techniques to determine the status of a reinforced concrete structure. And I'd like to hear from them what things they've employed to analyze that structure, how many places they've checked in that structure, and what the results are. Because I will tell you, 10 years ago, I was told that the parking structure had 10 years left. Okay? That as of now, it should no longer be viable. That was even with performing maintenance on it. Okay? So it has kind of surprised me to then hear that the parking structure has this, I won't say unlimited life, but this extended life like the Energizer Bunny, so long as we keep doing certain things. And so I basically have received two different things of information, and quite frankly, one of them just seems awful darn convenient. That the life of the parking structure has suddenly been extended ad infinitum when 10 years ago that wasn't the case.
Again, from what and we can invite them, but from what I understand is there's maintenance, general maintenance, and then there's actually doing year over year improvements that extend the life. So when you ask them that question of how long can this last, they say, how much money do you want to spend, right?
Yeah, I mean, I understand you can add.
Let me interrupt. I might be able to help.
Okay.
So it may be out of scope for those guys to come talk to us with the contract they have now.
Right.
However, I know that they've talked to city council, I think, twice on this. Once when they did an evaluation where they came up with, what are these maintenance numbers? And I think there was a follow-up meeting where they presented more on ongoing work. I can try to dig up those meetings and send a link to you and to you. I mean, it's not as much fun watching a YouTube meeting as having the people here, but they gave a very good presentation to the city council that answered a lot of your questions, and it's worth seeing.
And there's reports associated with those, detailed reports.
Well, fair enough. That would be a good
And it was a really, I completely
agree.
agree with what you're saying. It was kind of a good news story because replacing it was outrageous, but doing the miracle maintenance that keeps it alive was a really good value.
Yeah.
And there was some big upfront money to be paid to make up for the deferred maintenance, but then the ongoing was quite affordable.
Yeah.
I will tell you,
Yeah,
this was one of the
absolutely.
things that drove Center Cal.
It was a great meeting, and I'll find this video and send it to you to send to everybody.
Okay, that would be great. I'd love to see it as well. And the reality is you can make buildings last a long, long time with the right maintenance. In fact, there's Roman aqueducts. No, I'm not going to talk about that. That are still hanging around. Okay, any other referrals to staff? Nope, hearing none, we move on to adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
I hear a motion, and wow, that was quick. Do we have a vote? All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, we adjourn this meeting. Thank you so much.